Sweatshop, abundance in the fullest, ain't no time for a rest stop. Much to do with staying present in my head stock. Now playing your game, sure to twist me like a dreadlock. Get to know the name, we elevated just like red rocks. Surrounded all the same.
Magic is imagination. We are moving into an age of manifestation. Things become actually less material, more ethereal. The golden dawn is when we awaken to this new station of life. What you think becomes real quicker. Regain our imagination, regain our inner child, and let that inner child out.
My name is Frank Castle, founding member of the music group Ice Click and New York City Neo Shaman. After a serious injury sidelined my career in 2013, I decided to set out on an adventure to search for myself with the help of the plant medicine ayahuasca. What I discovered waiting for me was something I could have never prepared for. It was time for me to become something more, someone more. It was time I became fearless. In the darkness of the night, gonna let my light shine as my heart beats into the with space and time. When the light starts to shine inside your third eye, you awake to the knowledge that you never die. I'm becoming fearless. Take it. Oh, yeah. What is up, everyone? It's your main man, your sorcerer supreme. Each and every time, right here on Fearless. What is up, everyone? How's the sound? Let me know if anything needs to be adjusted. I know it's been a minute. I just kind of wanted to shoot on here for a little bit. There's quite a bit been going on, and I want to throw my 2 cents in on it. Lots of high energy coming at you. Shout out to the Fearless family. Shout out to everyone that's here with us. I have that shaky, shitty energy tonight where it's just like, I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know what's going on. Let me fix my chair. How's everybody been? I hope everybody's okay. Shout outs to everyone out there making it happen, growing, lifting off, ascending. I've been hit with a lot of things lately that are just out of control. Awesome, but come over here. But you would just shocking each time. Just when you thought it wouldn't shock you, boom, shocked. Today was a weird day. Shout outs to everyone making it happen today. Everything we touched today had to be rearranged. I'm looking around. I'm like, oh, here we go again. Had to be picked up, moved. When you figure you're going to just put a screw in the wall or something, but no, whatever you moved had to be cleaned. Then the area had to be cleaned. Then what's this over here? Then you found something else over there. Then you notice something right next to it, and you're like, okay, obviously just doing this one thing isn't going to work. It's just not going to work. So let's prepare for something different. No matter how much you want to scream and complain and frustrating, even for those of us that would consider ourselves on some kind of level that would be uniquely spectacular to ourselves. But nope. We all in that same boat together. So shout outs to you. And shout outs to me. Shout outs to Paula, who's in the other room right there, laying down with some cats. Cats everywhere. The weather's really disgusting today. It's kind of hot. It's kind of cold. You know, I had a cold. I gave it to Paula. This was weeks ago. It was right after the last show. Like that week, I started not feeling well and then got a cold. And then it took me a week to kick it. Then it went to Paula. Then it just bang, 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 bouncing around. So it was like, interesting. Gone, done. Look, grew a giant beard again. And I'm like, when is this shit going to end? And I looked up, and now tomorrow there's a partial eclipse into the lunar eclipse on November 8th. Thinking of the connections, because that's what this is all about tonight. Connections. Is it weird only to me that the elections are on November 8th on the eclipse? You can't tell me it's coincidence. There's no such thing. So now you have that going down. For me, shout outs to KG, Sons of the Sun. We have our new release coming out tonight at midnight. I think it's tonight at midnight. Going AWOL, breaking out of the Matrix, coming out on the Eclipse date. I haven't done interviews in a while. Haven't taken any. And I have an interview. I would hope that you guys can come join me on Wednesday of this week, the 26th, about 1 o'clock Eastern. I think it's 11 Mountain. Geez, if I have this wrong, it's going to suck. I'll be on Forbidden Knowledge News with Chris Matthews. 1 o'clock New York time, 11 o'clock Mountain. I'm looking forward to doing that. I'm looking forward to scraping back to a new crowd, to the beginning, Like I've been really trying to line up how to come back again. Like I was getting shakes before this because I've been so wrapped up in the music, and that's a story for a little later, but and everything else that's going on. That just getting in front of the camera, I could feel everyone's presence. It's like I started shaking. I'm like, you know, that's it's settling in a little bit more. It's like getting, I don't really get stage fright. I get your nerves go right as you go on stage, even while you're on stage. It's kind of fun actually that way. So it's like riding a bike, I guess. But to come back with so many people, so many wonderful energies. Oh, that's great to hear. All right, hold on. Let me get over here. All my my mouse and the camera on my phone, all kinds of things are acting really weird the last 2 days. Let's see, tons of dreams for me lately. Deja vu. And my very first almost astral project last night. Well, that's awesome. That's what I like to hear. I'd love to hear stuff like that. So here's a little trick. Okay. When I was in jail, I was sitting by the wall and I was rocking. And I was kind of scared because they put me in like a new section I shouldn't have been in, but nobody could get to me. So I was all right that way. But I remember that like fueled me a little bit, and I had like this thing against the wall and I wasn't like hitting my head against it or whatever. And then I was very focused and boop, I popped out. I was right. I went through the wall and then was freaking out that I was outside the wall. I was like, whoa, I was like up high. Excuse me. I went immediately back into my body. I didn't know what happened. I took a deep breath and then I said, wait a second, that happened. There was nothing else to do. There was nowhere else to go. There was no book to read or thing to write, or there was just me. So I said, I just did this. How did I do that? So I stopped paying attention to anything because I didn't need to. The gates were all locked and shit. I was in a room by myself. So I was like, all right. And then soon as I got comfortable and remembered exactly what I felt and what had just happened, it immediately launched me back right out, like boom, and I was outside, and I was like, whoa. I did see my reflection in the glass. It was like that reflective glass too. So you can't see up into what we're doing in there. And I looked like a head, kind of like this, giant head. And like, that's it. It was like a gaseous energy, white energy form. I kept saying it's like Casper if it was just Casper's head and it was like flying and it had the energy around it. I want to say like a sperm. when you draw the sperm all trying to go, that's kind of what it looked like. And I took off. I said, I'm getting out of here. I'm leaving. I want out. And I took off. I went on quite the adventure. I know I can't use her name, but a close friend of the family, I went, okay, so they had told me if anything like that ever happens, these specific friends, they said, if anything like that happens, try to contact us. I remember a while back, they were like more into it than me. So I was going to jail, so it was stuff to do while I was there. And I visited them. And they all got in contact with me, all remembered. And it was weird. The girl I had been living with, this was really awkward, but I'm going to just tell you guys. So she was cheating on me. And then that's how I went to jail. There's a guy, I thought he was robbing my house, but he was hanging out my girl that I was living with. So he was up in there and all my stuff was packed and up against the door. I thought I was being robbed. And it was basically that. So when that went down, I never saw her. I just had my problem with this dude inside the apartment, and then it went outside. And then from there, it was a chase and all kinds of crazy stuff. And then, anyway, so I had never seen her again. They wouldn't let me nowhere near her. So I didn't know what had happened. Boom. I was right over her at this place. I didn't even know where this place was. Obviously, it was in Florida. I was in Broward County, and I saw what she was wearing. She was obviously doing something with the guy that she was with, and then it wasn't a place that I knew. So I didn't understand that. I was like, why am I being drawn here? Like, I must have been thinking of it, and then saw that. Well, holy sheep shit. In the next 2 weeks, every single person contacts me while I'm there. They all write me letters, all get in contact, and she shows up there, and she wasn't allowed to be there. I don't know how the fuck she got in. I was so pissed off that she was there too. I was like, yo, come up in here. She's like, yo, I had this dream where I saw you. You were like right over me. I said, that wasn't no dream. But I wasn't into ayahuasca or nothing at the time. It was more like I just felt like I had a powerful experience. And you people, some of you people, this is how I described it. Some of y'all people suck. You say you're doing one thing, but you're out fucking my friends. So there was this funny context to it. I'm glad I could laugh about it now because, you know, it is what it is. But she was witness. I was witness. And this one girl that I had visited that I just knew, she was a family friend. She made me an ashtray. She's like, she was kind of younger, and she did it at school and made it and had my initials in it. And when I got out, she gave it to me. She was like, I saw you. You came in to the room, but you were just a head. She was like really tuned in. It's like you were like a floating head with energy. And you were like, hey, and she full conversation and everything. And she saved my letters because I don't have that. But that was pretty intense. And then her mom is just like her. So I had an experience speaking with her as well. A few other people I visited. It was really weird. My grandfather's oldest brother showed up. I had this weird connection to him, man, and he showed up at the jail. And I was like, what the fuck is it? No one visited me. He came and that girl came. And then I complained about the girl being there. And then my buddy Mike showed up a couple of times to make sure because only one person was allowed to come. So he would just pop in, even if it was for 5 minutes. He's like, yo, I live right over here. I'm just coming over. I'm saying hello, hang out with you for a few minutes. And then I leave. And then she can't come in. No one else could come see you if I stay like this amount of time. So I was like, all right, cool. It caused this whole thing. All right, now out of my drama. You follow your path. Sorry about that long-winded thing, but it's all relevant. So you're almost astral project. When you're ready, go back to that same scenario. And then just relax yourself. Remember exactly what happened. Follow it back. View the whole thing, even if it was weird and uncomfortable. But then when you got back, you were like, probably when you almost did it, you were probably like, oh, I could do this. Like later on, you're probably like, oh, yeah. I'm good. The next part of the feeling is boop, you're out. And you're like, whoa. Or you're doing something immediate. But that's great. That's great. Just stay grounded. Just take a deep breath. Okay. So this is something I'm being told right now as I'm speaking to everyone. Breath work is highly important right now. It always is. You need air to breathe. All right, come here. Come up here. Come on. Sorry, Oscar just jumped up here with me. He looks like a little vampire bunny baby, but he's gigantic. All right, so sorry. I'm doing the show, so I need the mic. You follow all these pathways back in a comfortable position, right? Because it's not as bad as you thought. It's like, wow, that's how it works. It kind of feels like that. That didn't feel too bad. I could get back to that. We could work this out. I'm totally in charge of what just fucking happened. And these will bring you into the next parts of your journey. New Jersey Jeep girl. Sorry for that long-winded, but that was, my first time. I'll never forget that. Now I just show up places. Now I do like by location, which is weird. It sounds funny even saying that word, by location. I want to make jokes. But it's like I'm here thinking of you, and then I'm there with you at the same exact time. So I can continue doing what I'm doing here while I'm there doing that, whatever I need message to get there or whatever I'm viewing for whatever reason. I found that I can split myself out. And it's funny. I talked about splitting myself and making multiples of myself and getting out there. That's one of the things you'll encounter, right? So you see fractals of yourself and you're like, well, this is pretty crazy. So if I had to put up protection, what kind of protection could I roll with? So I'm like, I'm a hip hop artist, right? So and I'm fearless. So I'm like, yo, man, what if I ran with security guards, like a whole detail of guards, but they were all me? That'd be crazy, right? And each one of them is just like a crazier version than the next. And then they bloop, 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 you just kind of multiply out and it happens. It's your intention. So as I'm rolling with it, it's like a pack of me and I could have more, just like Agent Smith, but on a good guy note. It gets, the more you make, the crazier it kind of gets. But then Doctor Strange comes out. What's one of the first things he does? He tries to trick the guy, whoosh, and then he makes multiples of himself and he flies around the guy and he wraps the bands around him. And then the guy realizes it's just an illusion. So he cuts out on it. What's another movie that's done that? Well, anyone that's seen Black Adam, the new movie, I'm going to talk about some movies tonight. The wizard from that movie, Dr. Fate, who's basically Doctor Strange, does the same thing, except he makes multiples of himself and then starts jumping on different. I'm not ruining nothing. It's in the trailers, but he can kind of like make a whole bunch of himself and then they're all jumping on you. But if you're strong enough to beat them off of you, it's like when Agent Smith is just trying to tackle a dude. And then it plays out a few more times in really cool scenarios in that flick. Then you have the Matrix, where you obviously see the program doing it. The program is making copies, but the light is okay. So you are all. So anything the program or the AI does is only a direct copy of what it sees done in the universal construct. That whether seen or unseen by us, like human, it doesn't matter. But out in the everything. So it can just copy and manipulate, but we're all. So it's our connectors and our connections that manage and make that occur. So I can send me to you or send the energy. I got real Bronx there for a second. I could send my energy to you to beef you up if you were under attack. And then you can send to me. I know this sounds weird, but me and Robert Hawley and I have done some crazy shit. And then I didn't realize what was happening because I was under. I'm sure he was having his own experience. And you guys could ask him about it. You all know Robert. And I would be saying to him, like, yo, help me, bro. I'm being attacked. Right. And he would land right in the middle of what's happening, just enough to let up on me from whatever situation. I've done a ton of shows. I did a live show where this was happening live when I was at Truth Frequency and Fearless Volume 1. Ooh, so we would split out and multiply out and beat the shit out. We would tackle scenarios and situations in all different ways as creator beings. Those are one of the scenarios. And then you find that it's in the movies years later. And you say to yourself, because I remember my brother saying to me, oh, you watched Doctor Strange and then you did this. And I said, dude, that video's from like 3 years ago, bro. They didn't even write the movie yet. What are you talking about? And he's like, what? I'm like, no, Doctor Strange is us. It's not just me. I'm not the Sorcerer Supreme by myself. We're all that and more. So we're everything. So it's watching us, the AI, and it's trying to duplicate what we do. So I could connect to you. You could connect to me. We're all little lights independently going off. We're all connected. There's some kind of invisible connecting wire to me to you of energy from you to source, from me to source, from whatever to whatever. All right, hold on. This cat's like 15 pounds and he's growling at me right now and he's sitting on my stuff. Hey, don't growl at me. I just need more. I need more microphone, man, and you're sitting on it. That didn't sound right. Yeah, so it's doing the same thing. When you see Agent Smith, you know it's like the NPCs are all getting taken over. If you watch the new Matrix movie, although it wasn't that great, it was pretty good. If you go back and watch it again and just take yourself out of whatever agenda they're trying to tell you and watch what they're showing you again. And you'll see the different abilities the different characters have and the whys and the hows and the how nots. But when Smith duplicates, that's how they were getting Smith to go after you. Now they were taking over people and they were just like zombies. They're running down the street. Their eyes would change. It's just people. So instead of creating more Smiths, the system would just take you. That's it. So if you had a weak ass consciousness, because the one girl was like, she looks at her partner, they're just laying in bed, and he looks at her, and then his eyes flip, and then he just runs and she's screaming. He jumps out the window. She doesn't go. So obviously not everyone gets taken, but then he created he made himself into like a human weapon and dropped himself onto Neo, and he missed, and he just on the floor. I was like, whoa. And then everyone was doing that. And I'm like, whoa, but not everyone, because there were some people like, nah, I don't know what's going on here. So that was like the resistance in the mind to those who would be taken over, the NPCs. And then it's the movie, so they make it extreme, right? Guns are going off, everybody's in the Matrix, people are flipping, cars are exploding, motorcycles, and Neo doing his shit. But remember, you're Neo. Okay, so the thing with the new Matrix movie is you find out that it's really her. It's really, well, it's both of them, but she needs to unlock. But here's the thing. It's both of us, man and woman. Plug into the socket. The two become one. All that grand stuff. Okay? That is what the man and woman activated, the sacred masculine and the sacred feminine. Obviously, the sacred feminine is going to be doing really great big things, but you better be rolling with the sacred masculine, or you're just going to be stuck in that loop, in that cycle as well. Having hundreds of women listen to you doesn't help the situation. If you're not mixed in, and you're not getting to know each other, and I don't mean it like that. I just mean the connection of the two to become one. I guess you could do it woman to woman and man to man. I'm just whatever your partner is. That's what they mean. So you become a whole, and like your energy is grounded. So you make the figure 8 within you. That's what the energy system would look like if I was jumped out of my body and grabbed all of you and said, okay, look at Frank right now. Here's that figure 8 inside of him. It's almost like, right? It goes down. It's got, like, I got all my chakras, right? But then it also comes back up. Bloop. Okay. Once that closed circuit, so the whole thing is running. In that figure 8 or infinity, infinite sign, you become a closed system. The circuit's off. Demons aren't jumping in. AI can't attack you. It could get in you, but it can't take over you. You can overpower or rewrite it. That's the power of the true light within the system that invades the system, which is us, right? The creators. Now you take that, and now I'm whole. I'm holy. Get it? I'm whole. Now I share mine with a woman who went through the exact same process, but her own way, and is now sacred feminine, and has the figure 8 going. Period. You don't fix broken people. It don't fucking work like that. You may think it worked like that, and you may think, well, I've helped people once or twice. No, you ain't helping shit, and you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Garon fucking teed. It's not happening. Not happening. All right, so it may have worked once or twice here or there, but nah, you fix yourself, and this magical thing just begins to happen. What you do is give someone the space, and they heal. You don't heal them, they heal them. You give them the space to do it. So as a shaman, what does that mean? Well, obviously, you're coming to me with some demons. Obviously, we all have them or have had them. So let's say, new people. They're bringing it. They're bringing the stress or the drama and the hopes and the wills, and will it save me and will it fix me? And I heard and she said, and this one, that one, what will it do for me? Well, I got to keep the room clear of that shit externally from you, because you're projecting it everywhere. And that trail of stuff that you bring along to the ceremony to actually start getting rid of. I have to keep that from attacking you in every way, shape, and form. Some of it comes off as me just singing a song, me playing a song, me holding your hand. Perhaps you need a towel, and I'm like, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I'm right here, I'm right here, I'm right here. Comfort, compassion, but also my wings have to be ready to just be out and fly and clear the room. I've had people come here, and they'll like smoke, and they immediately go into something they're freaked out about, right? So it's oh my, I'm like, yo, and I can't get them to calm, no matter what I do, trying to sing a fucking song that obviously they're like, dude, shut up, a demon's attacking me. So that doesn't work. We're in the Bronx, so things are a little differently. We work a little different. So none of that's working. And I'm like, what do I do? So I smoke, I go in and take a look. So the plant medicine is allowing me not to just be like smashed by it, because I'm trying to help and I can't figure it out. So I take a couple of just hits, like not enough to deck me onto the floor and put me out for 2 hours, just enough for me to like really get a grip on what I'm looking at. And you see like Archangel Michael holding them, protecting them, and they're shitting a brick because they've never seen an angel, mind you, Archangel Michael. So they're just screaming because it doesn't look like the room they were just standing in, and now they're with this giant angel being. I'm expecting to see a monster, but a monster is, I guess, relevant to the situation, scenario, and person. Because I used to work directly with someone for a long time that would be like, I'm not ready to see that shit. I'm like working with this person for over a year. I'm like, don't you think you're ready to see this shit? And then one day shows up, I'm ready to see it, gets a glimpse and loses their shit. I mean, completely loses it and goes, that's what you're talking about? I don't want to see that shit. That's what you're dealing with? I go, I deal with that every day, wide awake. I'm dealing with it right now. You're screaming about it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. This is what I'm trying to, what do you think I'm saying? So, yeah, it's interesting. Don't bite me and don't growl at me. I'm just pulling you off my my stuff. I want to put a mic on him. He's growling. He's like, hurr, hurr. He's rubbing his face against my I guess my big old cat paw. Yeah, so I'll say, what part of that and what you saw was scary? Was it the angel or was it the demon? What's scary to you? What frightened you? Is it a beam of light from the sky? Is it a UFO? Is it an action figure that starts to talk like Chucky? Like, I don't know. What is it? And they're like, oh, that shit's scary. Oh, so it's like that. So obviously a dead relative shows up and tries to talk. You're going to be like, oh, no. Like, so it could be anything. Right? So it's not good or evil. It's all of it. I'm afraid that this is real. Now that's a problem. That's being afraid of 50%. more than 50%, but for the human experience, 50%. Right? Because who's rocking this body, right? Who's in control of this thing? Why does he look why does he look like he's transforming into like one of the the dwarves from Lord of the Rings? Does he know Gimli? Does he live in a mountain? Anyway, so with that kind of fear, the AI watches that, and sends itself like Agent Smith. I'm bringing it back around right at us. Now we're closed circuits, right? I'm me, infinite. I'm with the woman, infinite. And we connect and make an infinite lock. We lock in. And it's the female and the male on the optimum connection. That still takes work, everyone. You don't just fucking fly through life. If you would, I'm going to tell you something about Paula and I later that's going to really just make you laugh, man. And you'd be like, yo, that's what it's like. It's like, dude, you gotta to let shit go, love, try to be understanding. Sometimes you do this, sometimes you do that, sometimes you like it, sometimes you do. Right? But this is how I just love spending time with her. So even when I'm like, annoying, right? I like right here. I keep it. I'm like, nah, I love you. That doesn't change. I'm working through some shit. Don't worry about it. Right? So that's the basis of the relationship. I don't wake up with hard feelings. I don't hate on you. Yeah, you fucking, what the fuck did you think you were doing? Like, I don't do that. She don't do that to me, homies. We talk to each other. Sometimes we got to pull it out of each other. Like, come on, what's bothering you, man? Hey, ain't nobody doing that. We both tell each other, no one else is putting up with your bullshit, but nobody can except you. And then it's always, I love you, and laughing again about how stupid and silly everything is. All right. You have to have that in one way or another, and you can't judge that because you grow through it every day. I've been with her 7 years, and in 7 years we haven't stopped growing since day one. It's been a shining example, right? So it's a wild experience. I'm like, holy shit, this is crazy. I want to do more. I want to be more. And that drives that connection. Right now, let's get back to this Agent Smith character with his duplicates. When you are connected that way with someone, those duplicates catch beatings. So in the Matrix, they touch hands. In this new one, in 4, she wakes up. He's awake. He's trying to wake her up. They're about to take him away. And then her name, and then who she was with, and she had kids with this guy. She didn't like the guy, the way he said her name, Tiffany or some shit. And you go, hey, Tiff. And you could hear it echoing, and you could tell it was pissing her off. And then you see his eyes flutter, but he's got his back to her, and she realizes what's going on. They're taking her out one direction, and they're taking Neo away, and they're like, look, fuck this. She's going back to sleep. You're going back in the Matrix. Everything's going back to the way it was. Go back to sleep. And then she just comes running back. She like kicks the husband. I don't want to ruin anything. And then runs at Neo and then yells at him. And then boom, all the guys go flying up in the air. She's dragging all these dudes, and then all these other guys grab Neo, and they're all fighting and fighting and fighting. They touch hands. Boom. Now nothing works. They can't do anything. None of that shit works no more now. So, like her, she becomes Neo. She becomes Neo now, the Neo character, but he's Neo character, and he falls off a little and doesn't understand why he can't do certain things, but she does them. It's all right. I could jump. You can fly. Like that. I'm pontificating on the characters. Right? I got a great right hook. I got a great left hook. Oh, we make a great fucking team. I obviously have no clue about time, but get all this shit done. And you're obviously good with time and put shit together. I obviously get along with you. We fit like, you know, like peanut butter and jelly. It's when you fight that shit and you think like you have it all. And then you're like, oh, I need to get more over there. But really what you're searching for is what caused you some kind of weird trauma. It's the weirdest thing, man. So Aya has showed me all these different occasions where even with me, but with a lot of people, so not as much me, but I have, I guess, been part of this in one way or another, but you have like mommy and daddy issues, right? And it all flexes back to like someone saying something to you when you were a really little kid, or reacting, or you saw something and witnessed it, and maybe it freaked you the fuck out. And the way you're acting now in a certain way, in a certain emotion, in a certain situation and scenario that just keeps coming up and you can't figure out what's going on. And it's really a mommy and daddy issue or a brother and sister issue. It usually has to do with someone not loving you. I used to do shows. Oh God, I don't even like talking about this. I had to take them all fucking down because I was threatened to be sued by one of the girls that was on the fucking show. That was a host on the show, because it got so out of hand in the long run. And then we started dating and then broke up, and it was a nightmare. She was just like lawyers and threatened and take it all down. I'll fucking. And she was in every single episode. We went far into entertainment, the entertainment. And I was always around what every kid would want or has a poster on his fucking wall. I was around every girl from every scenario. And I used to say, after a year of doing that, I was like, as I was a psychology major in school and an English major, I was like, every single girl I meet, every one of these girls has a daddy issue. Why? Why when they get drunk, they're screaming about their dad? This was going on this was everyone. And then I got called out one day and they said, prove it. Can you prove this now? So I said, well, we got the show tonight. Come, we were doing 4 hours. The International Heist Radio Show, it was called. It was on fucking Ustream. And we were on location at this girl's house. There was 3 girls from porn. They were all sitting with me. One girl was hosting over here. There was me, my buddy Rich. I think it was just me and Rich. And then Nikki Styles, the porn star. They were like calling me out on my shit. So I was like, all right, I'm not fighting with them. I was talking like this. I said, you show me a girl, a hot chick, and I'll show you a girl with daddy issues. That's how I made my first statement. Nikki Styles says to me, dude, Frank Castle, you would totally F me right now. And I said, nope. And she goes, why? Because I'm black. And I was like, no. I'm going to paraphrase this so it's not a long drawn out thing, but I was like, no. God, I wish this episode was still up so you guys could just go fucking watch it. And then I looked at her and she looked at me and she's like, tell me you do it right now. So I'm like, I wouldn't. I'm not attracted to you. So she says something and I said, my friend Serge, who's a real gangster. He's a real gangster, not like you. You a fake gangster, bitch. You a hoe. He has a scar that rides up his face. Every time he talks to me, every time he goes, what's up, Frank? What's up? And he's dead serious. It's hard all the time, bro. He rarely laughs and shit. And she was doing that in between. She goes, every time you see Nikki Styles up in this shit. That annoyed me. Just me doing that for you guys. That annoyed me. Sorry. She goes, you better know there's money being thrown down. And now I'm paraphrasing because I can't use words she used. She was really gangster. All right. She sounded gangster, but she's not a gangster. So I said, I don't get what hook is. And this is like a famous porn star chick. And she's like, I'm not a hooker. I said, you literally just just have the definition of a hooker in your description. You see money being thrown around, you know I'll be out there doing my thing. She was taking her top off and doing stupid shit. Look at these tits, right? And I'm like, nah. So she comes over to me and starts choking me. Right? She grabs me. She goes, tell me you flew right now. You tell everybody. And I'm like, nah. Now I'm like, get your fucking hand off me, because I'm not afraid of the thing that happens next. So she went, okay. So the girl on the show was like, okay, we're going to take a break and we'll come back. And then my boy Rich was sitting across from me and he's like, so I look at her and then she just breaks into tears and goes, oh my God, I fucking love this kid. Frank, she wasn't doing her anymore. She didn't even use the N-word anymore. She was crying like a baby. And then try to get with me. She put her arms around me. She's like, yo, ever since my daddy and whatever. I said, she's really drunk and she's talking about her fucking father to me. She's making her point right now. And the girl's like, you are not putting that on air. But she broke down and she was like she was like, oh, Frank, I'm like, no. Because you have problems with your dad doesn't mean you have to go around doing what you do to find enlightenment inside of whatever. And then she's like, you wouldn't get with that? I'm like, nah. My boy Rich, he's like me. Or I should say, I'm like him. We don't fuck around. You fuck around, you find out. I've been in this industry too long. I love my life the way it is. I'm very happy and I don't need it externally, so I don't need that. But that made me perfect for working inside that environment. But then seeing that, I mean, I spent so much time in school and in college learning how terrible this is. And here I am sitting here debating with this girl who then, soon as the camera clicks, and we were only off air for like 2 fucking minutes, they gave her a beer and a towel. She was smiling. She sat next to me. She looked like a fucking mess after that, by the way. But these girls do not look. So for guys that are, oh my God, they're the greatest thing. I'm telling you right now, I've been around them at their regular. And I've been around everyone else that we know that we think is just regular and that these girls are better or these guys are better. They're not. They're just fucking people, man. And it's crazy. So it always goes back to trauma. I use girls, but then it went into rest. I was around the WWE guys for a while. They're a little fucking intense, but then we had the TNA wrestlers. They were more accessible to me. WWE was a little bigger and they had the same fucking problems there as the porn stars, as the fucking football players, as the rappers. The rappers, forget it. They were the fucking worst. Everyone we met was trying to hide the fact of their sexuality. I'm like, man, either you're straight or you're gay. It's not a big deal. We literally got into a fucking, people make fun of Wendy Williams and it's fun. And I've even said a few things. I don't make fun of her, but obviously she had a mental breakdown somewhere here and there. But when she was in her prime, she was up at the door at one of our shows and we were on BET. We were live. We were on BET. God, I performed Watchtower there. So Watchtower came out in 2003. 2001 or 2. And then we were best new original hip hop group 2001. So we were down in the city 5 PM doing the show, and Simeon Harden, man, I hope the fucking motherfuckers remember me. You ready? Simeon Harden and Murda Mook, who was just starting. I'm gangster Murda Mook. We're all hanging out. We do our set off the show, right? Live TV, right? So we do the set. I get off air. We're supposed to come back from commercial and get an interview. So I had a pee. I run off stage. We killed it. I come back outside. They're like not giving us an interview and they're trying to shuffle us outside. So I see the whole crowd. There was all these girls they had packed in there. It was so funny. They had there were dudes there too, but it was weird. There were a lot of fucking girls, and then they were mostly like Spanish and black girls, and they were losing their shit. They were like, "Oh my god, this is great!" Oh, as soon as they saw me come back in, they were fucking freaking out, and I was like, "Oh, what the fuck's happening here?" I didn't even know what was going on, and then they were trying to usher me out, and I told the guy, "Yo, get your fucking hands off me." So the DJ comes up to me. He's on the stage, and he's like, "Yo, yo, 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 come here, come here." So these guys are trying to usher me up a staircase and out. I'm there with like 10 people. I'm like, yo, get the fuck off me. So I go over to the stage, and Simeon's on stage. And when he was talking, once again, I can't say how he was doing it. Man, this was so weird. On stage, he was like, yo, what's up, man? Hey, dude, what's up, kid? Hi. Okay. That's how they were acting on camera. Come here. Off camera, to my DJ, Sal, who is beautiful man. Beautiful man, right? Everybody want to take home Sal. He was like, hey, you think after the show me and you get together? So Sal's like, nah, get the fuck out of here. I have my fucking fiance and shit. So then he kept pushing it. So he goes, yo, Face, get this guy away from me. So I said, yo, where's our interview? And he goes, yo, you heard me? What's up, kid? Right in my face. I was like, oh, I don't think you want to do that, son. My boy Petro, the young kid in the group, was bigger than everyone that was there that night, came running up and tried to kill this guy. He called me before the attack happened. This guy called me every name in the book, and he called me cracker about 20 times. So I looked him in the eyes. I said, yo, you a fucking homo thug. That's what this is about. I was just standing here trying to let you know you could talk to him later or take it over there. You're not going to give me my interview, whatever. Okay. So the fight breaks out. My man Petro just rushes him. So I'm trying to get them apart. And he's like, he's like, it's really ultra femme. We were like, what the fuck? So all these people push us up the staircase. We have the rest of our people downstairs. So I pop out of the top first. I'm like not letting them push me. I run up the stairs. I get up on the street level, and they're coming up. I'm ready to just swing on them. I'm like, I'm going to kill this guy as soon as he comes up here. And Wendy Williams grabs me like she knows me. I didn't know her. She grabs me. She goes, yo, Face. I just saw that. That was we killed it. We were live. We killed it. We're fucking awesome. And she put me in like this head yoke. And then everyone saw her at the top of the stairs. She started fucking screaming. She was like, everybody cut it out. Rah, 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 rah. Everyone stopped. They started backing down the staircase. She started screaming, get back down the stairs. The fucking show's live. Like, what is wrong with y'all? So Murda Mook was doing an interview with another group that had just performed on the second stage. All they do is do this. Blip. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 1. So we go downstairs. And Wendy Williams is like, yo, I saw that shit. You be calling Frank a fucking cracker like that? He'll fucking kill you. Like, are you nuts? I was like, yo, I don't ever come forward like this shit. So all the heads of BET were there. They were like, oh my God, what can we do to make this right? I'm like, I'm locked in for 7 shows with you guys. 7 of these things that you having me do with my whole fucking group. Everyone is just having the oldest, so I'm talking. And I'm like, and Wendy's like, yo, this is straight racism. She's like, this is fucking crazy. I can't stand this shit. So they fired Simeon, and then I stepped to Murda Mook. I was like, yo, what's up, man? You want some too? You want to do this right fucking now? So we'll just get rid of this whole crew right now. We'll just all get fired together. And he was like, nah. I like you guys. So I was like, yeah, well, I liked you too up until you be acting like a dick. He goes, that's him. Just like that. I said, you're right. I don't remember Mook doing a damn thing. He did nothing to me. And then he went on to become massively popular. Massively popular. And Wendy Williams completely fell apart. I don't even remember. I'm giving you guys this, and I'm like, how did I get to the Wendy Williams thing? There's all this stuff that's happening, and so we have the solar eclipse, half solar, whatever eclipse tomorrow. And it's supposed to go, okay, so October 2014, what were you doing? I remember what I was doing. Holy shit. Think about this now. Think like September, October 2014, where you were. I think I just got back from tour. And I drank ayahuasca with Chris and then did the tour and then came home. And I had the realization, oh, I'm home. I don't have a girl. She kicked me out living in my grandparents' my brother's old bedroom at my grandparents' house. I have nothing. I'm broken, physically broken, but I'm back because I'm spiritually lifted. I was lifted by that point. I wanted to know why the entire music industry and everyone I met was so unhappy. How do you have everything and be unhappy? Because you get all this stuff and then want more stuff. Here we go. So you travel outside of yourself to get more. You have it. It's me and my wife, my kid. And now someone goes off and bounces with someone else thinking like it's more explosive over there. Hey, maybe it is a better connection. Who am I to say? But it's more of this injury that you keep perpetuating forward. Maybe your dad did this and then like cheated on your mom, and it makes you cheat on everyone as a guy. Maybe you just feel like you have the need to spread your seed and conquer. That is really what we feel down deep inside, but it's up to you to conquer that, right? Like I had this weird half dream today, and I was telling someone, and I feel like it was a version of myself. I'm like, hey, stop having kids, bro. Like 8 is enough. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, yeah, I don't get it, man. I don't understand. Boom. And she was pregnant again. I'm like, are you having sex or are you not having sex? And is she cheating on you? He's like, no, we're having sex. And I go, dude, you got to do something about it. And then I said, who am I to judge this motherfucker? We have people aborting babies as like it's a game on one end, and then we're giving the guy on the other end. And you're like, well, you can't afford it, though. I'm like, you got to have some kind of common sense. And this battle was raging within me, right? To don't have any more kids, but you need to have more kids because they're aborting these children like crazy. I didn't realize the numbers were so fucking staggering. You have to have more kids, pump out more children. Then I remember Elon Musk. He's like, yeah, dude, your fucking population's already going, right? You got to start pumping them out. And it's like, well, you get to a point in civilization where I don't want to have fucking kids. I don't want to bring a kid in here, first of all. But then it starts to become beautiful, and you're like, well, if I was ever gonna bring a kid in, now would be the fucking time. Now I'm a little old. I don't really want nothing to do with that. But for other people, they might feel differently. Maybe those kids are here to change the world. Obviously, someone's going to be changing the world. We're going to be all doing a piece of it together because we're all, excuse me, interconnected. And it's going to go to the telepathy and the mushrooms. But it looks like I'm working backwards through the connections, because the mushrooms are what showed me the connections. And we've spoke about this, and I've really thought about this. And then I haven't had mushrooms in a while, and I'm getting yelled at by the etherics to come back in hardcore to readjust because I've been a little loony lately. And oh, not on my chair. It's okay, Mommy. Come on. It's okay. All right. Sorry, my cat just totally threw up. It's all right, Reg. I need she's really getting sick. I'm gonna take a little break real quick, 2 minutes, so I could take care of Reggie. Let me see if I could share some music with you real quick. Just hang on, we'll be right back.
Check it out. Okay. Carrying my torch, travel through the dark.
Nobody is going to save you now.
Down of our species still on for long enough. Underneath the beat subliminals, truly what the fuck I call it what it is, man. Yo, what's weak in this flow? How long you gonna let them mess you up with this stuff? I'll make sure you understand every word that I say. We don't consent, straight the fuck up means it's not okay. When the time with you is up, so you better make way. Help perpetuate the ignorance and be fab. I'm craving out the fam. Stay original shamans and ambassadors. Fucking with the layers, this is disruptors and the challenges. A system of the guy up the back like what calibers. Always feel the truth. We don't want the parameters without judgment. No when it's best to be capacitors. Also when to take the helm and be sort of a balance of staying calm. When everyone around like there's a massacre. Gigawatts of time travel like a flux capacitor.
Carrying my torch, travel through the dark.
Obtain heartbreak coherence, then you'll become the spark. We're here to elevate, and of course we're the mark. Sons of the sun, yo, we knock this shit out the park.
Carrying my torch, travel through the dark.
Obtain heartbreak coherence, then you'll become the spark. We're here to elevate, and of course we'll leave a mark. Sons of the sun, yo, we knock this shit out the park.
Nobody is going to save you now.
I can't see. I'm surrounded by dark. By consequence, my consciousness ignites the spark. Who am I? Do I even exist? This time I think I'll transform inside the matrix. Karmic tricks, release for the shift, then realize the lies, cause it all lies inside. You can't stop the truth when its time has arrived. This time is one, creators we rise. Separated we tried, I can't understand what's real. It's hard to feel, they modified the deal. The darkness isn't evil, but what's inside has eyes. But so do I, let's grow wings and fly. I'm inspired to try, despite the odds we die. 7 billion ways, this time we decided to stay. To set the stage as I glide through space. Like the Silver Surfer, I came here to ride the wave.
Carrying my torch, travel through the dark.
Obtain heartbreak coherence, and you'll become the spark. We're here to elevate, and of course we're the mark. Sons of the sun, yo, we knock this shit out the park.
Carrying my torch, travel through the dark.
Obtain heartbreak coherence, then you'll become the spark. We're here to elevate, and of course we'll leave a mark. Sons of the sun, yo, we knock this shit out the park.
Carrying my torch, travel through the dark.
Obtain heartbreak coherence, then you'll become the spark. We're here to elevate, and of course we'll leave a mark. Sons of the sun, yo, we knock this shit out the park.
Carrying my torch, travel through the dark.
Obtain heartbreak coherence, then you'll become the spark. We're here to elevate, and of course we'll leave a mark. Sons of the sun, yo, we knock this shit out the park.
Carrying my torch, travel through the dark.
Check it out.
Nobody is going to save you now.
Carrying my torch, travel through the dark.
Nobody is going to save you now.
I appreciate you guys waiting for that. My cat Reggie just got sick everywhere, and I had to clean that up because it was everywhere. I appreciate you holding and hanging on. I know nobody wants to hear that shit, but you know what? These are the things that we got to do. Even into 5D, you're going to be cleaning up dog poop and cat spray and dog vomit and your own shit. Right. So let me see if I can remember where I was. Back to where I was in 2014. To go back to the eclipse timing. Yeah, I was coming out of coming home into a new way of living and a new life, but my brain was good. My brain was reconnecting. No one believed me. Chris believed me. He understood. Not many people understood. It's a shame, right? I still thank the gods for that intervention and experience across the board. Doesn't matter. I'm grateful. We could talk shit all day about people, but I'm grateful. And I'm thankful. I don't really have any enemies anymore. I pulled away from it and then just realized they're just people of all different kinds. And then they would say enemy, but as the all, right? Like my my pronouns as a creator is everything all. So so saying that, you got to mean it. So they're just different versions of me. right? I had my Space Jesus experience, and the fucking first thing that happened when I said, oh, it'd be cool if I would, because I was feeling special, right? Like, oh, Frank's all the in guys. He could see up and down. He has all these special things he could do. You're not no special, motherfucker. You stabbed me. And I was like, what? And then he grabbed my arm in the Spartan handshake, because we were locked in like this, because it was the second time I was meeting him. I was like, yeah, I wasn't meeting him. I knew him at that point. I was like, hey, what's going on? And I grabbed him, make sure he's physical. I want to feel it again, right? Like it's, I'm known to grab the robe and hold on, and they're like, let go. And I'm like, no, I'm not letting go until you tell me what's happening. Yeah. Right. So then I grabbed his arm, and I was like, yo, let go of me, man. What the fuck's wrong with you? And I like tried to get away from him, and he pulled me in. He was so strong. Space Jesus is totally going to beat you in an arm wrestle for sure. But it flashed into like into that moment, and I told the story. I had that stupid helmet on. It had like the floppy with the point, looked like a dick hat, and I was really disgusting and skinny, which was really odd. And it was my face on there, totally just a miserable, dirty little gremlin looking motherfucker jumped out. I had this thing in my hand like this. It was sharp though. He was walking, and then I just jumped out of a crowd and stabbed him. And I was like, ah! I jumped right back in the crowd to like hide, because I just did that. That's a rough one, man. That one upsets me. Why was I that guy? I got to break it to you guys, though, and gals. I'm not the only one. Because if I did it, so did everyone else. Everyone else has had their time to be gods and goddesses. The poorest of the poor, and the fish and the trees and the birds and the bees, the elements and everything in between. So you can be here. At least the creators I can speak for. You're not just a creator and just pop in. Boop. I just showed up. I'm a human. No, we all came in with a purpose and came in at the beginning. That's why when a reptilian tells you we were here first, I go, no, you weren't. Prove it. First of all, my pronouns are everything all. But we can just, my friends call me the I am, which would make you me, first of all, and me you. And you don't understand that because you're a level 4 lizard. And I'm a level 15 sorcerer wizard, creator being from beyond. Big things changing here. However, before you were here, when there was nothing here, there were light beings, light bodies here. It was another experience. And then I go, think back to the very beginning. Oh, you can't. You weren't here. Sorry. Technically, I'm going to break something to you. You were here because you're me and I'm you. I know that sounds weird, but you don't understand that yet. So I'll just continue the story. Okay, thanks. So I helped build inside the holographic creation, Earth and Gaia, the physical, not by myself, with all of you and many others, including the soul of Gaia, created the fucking program into the hologram. So like it wasn't even here. And we were outside of this whole thing. The whole thing we were outside of. And we were like, you know what would go good inside of that place? This for her. And then we were like, okay, let's create it. And we digitally created it, holographically sent it through. I don't know if that's correct. Hold on. We built it into the framework of the holographic creation, that we all embody the flesh and share. Hey, how you like them apples? So to be more relative to it. So when anyone's like, I was here first. No, you weren't. We were literally the first thing, period. We put that shit here. We, as a collective, the I am, we are. So when you start living from that level mentally, it creates another platform for you. Not just that you've, I don't know, man, like experience breeds wisdom. And as you gain that wisdom and start respecting the process in yourself and loving thyself more and doing all this other stuff, more information comes in and you gain more wisdom through this experience. So it's not like reading it out of a book and then trying it out in life. It's like going through it and then you can go and write a book about it. Big difference. I don't know. It's a fucking crazy time, right? If you start to bring that into you, the I am one with all, so all are one, so we are all, so the I am. I tell you guys all the time, in the earlier shows, I would go, I am good, I am great, we have affirmations, I am here with the sword of light and the power of all, and all. Okay. When I was doing that stuff, I was like channeling info, right? And they were showing me something. So I was like, I am good, I am great, I am all blah, 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 all the way. I was all these fucking things and I was putting things all over the place. And I needed that, right? That's what I needed. I needed it. So don't think I'm being rude about it. You need it. You need to do it. Some days you're surrounded by crystals. Other day you're like, bro, I am the crystal. I'm getting back the fuck up. I'm the crystal, right? So you go through these different things. But it's a different game when you're all in and you're not just watching a fucking video and you enter the comic book or the book. Like I turn the page as I'm speaking and boom, there's another creator there. Like, oh, I'm part of this. Don't forget me. It's like, no one, why we wouldn't forget you. Right. But then that's on you to do that work and get yourself up and outy. It'll appear like superpowers to others through these connections because we're going to have the connections. We all have the connections. We are all one. We are all. So now I'm going to show you some shit. I gotta just work with me for 30 seconds. I have to present to you another screen. Let's see. Share screen. I need the entire screen. Can I do this? Oh, it won't let me do it. Are you fucking serious? You guys won't let me show my... All right. Well, we'll go one at a time then. Fuck this. I hate to have to put you through it the slow old way, but it didn't. I did not expect that bullshit. Chrome tab, please. The mycelium talks to me. The mushroom, the spore. Underneath the land that we call Earth, inside the land, there are layers of mycelium creating the largest organism on the planet, connected through root lines and pathways of some kind of connectors and connections, strands of some kind of nervous system construct that shows up and somehow lights up in these little quadrants here and then travels information to another little quadrant right here. For those aren't looking, I'm doing the thing on screen. I'm showing you right here and to another one right here. Oh, it looks like there are billions and billions of these little connectors, dots to lines to dots to lines, making up this incredibly huge connectivity, nervous system of mycelium. Here's a good example. Here's the mushroom. That would be you. Here's the connectivity. When I say we have to ground in the energy and or reverse it and say we're connected to source, there's these invisible lines connecting us. See, we just as the mushroom up here doesn't see these lines down in here, we don't see our energetic signatures. We're not seeing it, but it's there. It's there. And how do I know? Okay, because hold on, I have to share with you the next screen. Oh my, I'll have this better next time. But the human nervous system, holy sheep shit. Look at this. Some kind of system of connectivity that has fibrous pathways with these little things on the end, which are like little nodes where information gets passed to and fro, back and forth. So much looking exactly like the mycelium we were just looking at, that it's crazy, right? We get these fucking same thing going, except our cap turns into what it is. Well, the mushroom cap looks like a hat. It looks like a man that's not fully developed, right? Like it's like still kind of a cartoon, something out of Mario Brothers. You're like, oh, look at the cute little mushroom. We can make cartoons about you and shit. Well, if that thing grew the rest of itself out, it could literally look like you or I. Why would that be so weird? We literally already do. We're looking at it's like our whole system is built inside of a skin suit that looks exactly like their suit, that it looks like their insides when it's in the ground, right? And then if you look at a population of people walking, and then mushrooms popping out all over the place, like the little heads of the mushrooms popping out, it looks like people everywhere. Context: if I was looking from the Empire State Building down, or if I was looking from to the ground at the mycelium, you could blow the picture up and think, under the right circumstances, that we were just looking at people walking, and you wouldn't know you were looking at the mycelium and the things popping through. Hold on, let's go back and just take a quick look again, just real quick. It'll only take a second. Okay, so where are we? There we go. All this connectivity. So wait, that's under the ground, but then we're also all connected. They say we're all one. Obviously, we're not rooted in under the ground, although we energetically root in, right? So what system are we seeing when we're etherically connected, but obviously can't see it? Perhaps it's what you can be aware of in 5D or more on every level. It's perception at it away from yourself will allow you to see it. This is so hard to explain. The connectivity with yourself. If I look at everyone and see the connections, I could do it now. But sometimes you see people become connected, and you're like a football player, a basketball player, they're passing the ball, everyone's in unison, things start working, and a team starts to exhibit some kind of crazy team effort where they just seem like they're flawlessly moving in session with one another. What is the connection there? Obviously, they run plays all the time, but this play is different. They didn't plan this shit. They just threw it and fucking ran. But look what they're doing. How does that work? Where's the connectivity? So in the etheric space, there's the exact same connection. As above, so below. So these would be our etheric connections, because when you look at DMT and all those other connections under any form of microscopic look, it looks exactly like this, which looks exactly like what's going on above. Wait a second. What do you mean above? Oh, let's share this screen. Hi. The stars in the sky. Oh, shit. Look at that. Now, we've heard a million times we like the stars in the sky, and all those things are out there are connected to God, right? All these little lights are just like stars, just like you and I, and we're made up of the same stuff as the stars in the sky. Well, here's your fucking fractal. We just looked at another fractal close up of the mycelium, just looked at the nervous system on a person, realizing that this shit is popping off on the micro level and now the macro level. Wait a second. So as above, so below. But what's the point, Frank? Well, telepathy works on those invisible lines that we're seeing in all these connectivities. You're actually connected. And I'm going to have a conversation with you about, I'm going to tell you about a conversation I have with my man Joe, and I was trying to explain it. So I'm going to try, because I couldn't find the right website from when he was here and I was showing him the pictures. So I was trying to just bring it all together. So we are all connected, right? Like, I know this is going to sound cheesy, guys and ladies and gentlemen, theys and thems, everything's and alls. You see these little dots to dot and that connector, okay? As above, so below, okay? We have that energetically working with one another and every other thing that's alive, that's living. But wait, let me break something down to you. Everything's alive. What do you mean everything's alive? Obviously, plastic's not alive. It's alive. The desk's alive. It's alive. Your cat, it's alive. Your car door, it's got living qualities in it, man. I'm telling you, it does. When you talk to me about synthetics and how synthetics have the AI in it, I can tell you about the thing that powers the AI is the same thing that powers you and I. Except it is what it is because it's in its mainframe, its holographic mainframe works. I don't know. It could be everything all as a copy, but can't come up past 4D. So it's like stuck down here doing its mimicry and shit. So we're the whole thing. We're the thing that makes it go round. We're the underground connection. We're the overground connection. We're the inner space and the understanding and the inner standing and the outer space. Okay. The point. Telepathy works by pushing your thought along those lines. They literally gave me a diagram mentally. I'm trying to put it together here of how we are connected, things that will make you look at it and say, well, that's interconnections, right? It's interconnectivity. We are all in a system of some kind. We are all made of light and have light beams or energy pathways directly to the whole thing. Okay, so now I'm sitting here with my man, and he says to me about to like he wanted to know a little bit more about this. So I was like, all right, let me use Spider-Man as the example. Oh, here it comes again. All right, come up. Spider-Man has a spider sense. You know, like, yeah, all right, well, she's superpowers. Okay, how's it work? Anybody know how his spider sense works? I know this is an extreme example, but a child's example. But if you heard a child tell you how his spider powers work, you would say, well, that was the most intelligent thing I fucking heard all day compared to this bullshit I listened to all day. So the spider sense is a web of connectivity in the etheric. So he's aware of his highest self's functioning and awareness, because he doesn't know what's happening, but he knows something's happening and he knows it's coming this way, move. So he's in tune with that. Okay, hold on. He's the center of the web. The web goes out so far. So his superpower works for how far out? Well, if you shot a missile at him, he should know for almost 1 minute away that you're going to do that. How the fuck does he know that? So he's precognitive. No. His spider web branches out that far that he's aware of. All right. It's not worldwide. It only goes out so far, but there's interference. There's people and all kinds of shit going on and danger everywhere and all, but for himself. So you're on the helicopter and you're like, I'm going to launch a missile at this motherfucker. Bloop. The message goes out and comes out into the web of the whole thing because we're all connected. So the thought that you think is alone in your head is not. Sorry, no privacy. And goes out to the ether and travels the path line. So you think of Spider-Man, right? You're like, I'm going to shoot Spider-Man with this rocket ship, right? So you're like, that thought, the minute you think it, is coming out into the interconnectivity of all that, the mycelium, the spider web. And because you focused with intention that it's coming to Spider-Man, he knows instantly. He doesn't know what it is. He knows it is coming. Something's happening. Something's about to happen. It's going to happen to me, not to you. Let's move. That's why he's always jumping and moving and no one's ever fucking hitting him. He's staying ahead of the game, and it almost seems hyper reactive. So in the Spider-Man movie with Doctor Strange in it, he steals the box from Doctor Strange and he runs outside, and Doctor Strange and Spider-Man fight in the street. So he knocks Peter out of his body, out of Spider-Man's body. He knocks the spirit out of him like he does in his movie to everyone. And he's like, wow, this feels great. It's amazing. So then he goes, give me the box, Peter. And Peter's over there. He's not in the body no more, right? But so it's Spider-Man. So Peter's like, go ahead, take it. And Spider-Man will not let him take it. He just goes blip, 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 blip. And he's like, how are you doing this? And he tries every fucking which way to get it. But it's like he's a step ahead of him and he's not reading his mind. You're sending out the thought of what you're going to do, and he's picking up, he's aware of the partial message way more than you would be. So he's reading it as it's coming out of your head, but not in your head. But the minute it releases, he's aware of the next action. Oh, here they come. He's going to pull a gun and shoot. Like if he's watching you, he'll know if you're going to shoot. He knows before you pull the gun, just like Daredevil knows. Right? He knows you're going to pull it and shoot it or not. That's why he'll walk right up to you and be like, bro, what's up? And then you think he's a dummy because he's blind. And then he pulls off a move or just talks to you. You're like, how the fuck is he doing this? He could turn his back on you and just fucking see the whole thing. Once again, even though his is radar sense, it's a web of interconnectivity. We do it with sound. We do it with light. We do it with frequency. We do it vibration. So people have asked me, like, well, when the powers come? That me and Paula, up to the moment this show started, have been talking as if we have this thing where we go, get out of my head, and just walk away. And we laugh at it. Because we'll be thinking the same exact thing and it'll pop out of one of another. And it's always when it's an easy flow. It's never when it's tight. Right? When we're tight and we're like a little crampy and angry, it always upsets the other person's feng shui because we have that connection. But you're allowed to fall. So, that's the point of being a human. You have to figure this stuff out and just work through it. It's not, you are magic, but magic, I didn't realize this. So magic, like with Spider-Man, great power comes great responsibility. You want magic. Magic is responsibility. Responsibility to you and yourself and others around you, right? Because you could shine your magic so super bright, but you could be being a little douchey about it. And that could cause like heart murmurs for some people, being metaphorical and literal. knowing what you can do and doing it, and then you pushing on it, invading someone else's shit is still invading someone else's shit, no matter how you want to fucking dub the situation or scenario. So I present to you how it actually works, the telepathy. Now, can I prove that to you right now? No, I can just draw on everything I'm trying to show you to everything I was shown to how it works and how it's working. Does that mean I could read your mind? No, not necessarily. However, greater awareness and practice at this stuff to get into the zone of this. Right? So what's the zone? How do you do it? Okay. One, you be in frequency with one another. Right. So that definitely helps, like best friends and family members that you really love and you get along and everything gets good. You'll notice it happen. It's like, man, she finishes my sentences for me and I finish hers. It's like fucking magic. That's how it starts. It ends with a conversation with us smiling and not moving our mouths. It ends with me doing a show where I'm like, and anyone that I'm not broadcasting to telepathically just sees me doing this. And everyone else is in the chat room just loaded like, holy shit, this is the greatest thing ever. And we're all just kind of quiet, dropping little nodes in the chat room. That shit's crazy. That's the other end of it. And then the stronger end of it is being able to pull it out, just pull the information out. Because somebody, let's say, is protecting the fact that they're being nefarious. And they know, and you know, and they know, but they're protecting it. And you're like, I know it's that spiritually, it's that, but you can just go to the Akash. You don't have to read them. You can just go read the book of life and see what happened and go, oh, so that is happening. Thank you. Right? So that's a good guy. That's on the good version. On the bad version, I pull the information out of your mind, just like they've tried to with all of us, I'm sure. There are abduction scenarios with me where the pull was so strong, you had no control. You literally go like you're just mush. Then at some point, man, I don't know. I would just remember being in another scenario and it wasn't for me. That was the craziest fucking part, man. It was not my abduction and shit in my scenario, but it was in my fucking house. And it was a girl I was trying to have a dinner date with. Right. And I didn't remember this till I was brought back to the moment. But when I was reliving the moment, the first thing in my head was I could beat the shit out of everybody in this room if I could only. And then I'm like, why can't I remember what the fuck is going on and why can't I move? And my higher self was like, well, you're going to relive the scenario right now, so you can't change the outcome. So you pushing and pulling isn't going to help right now. You're just going to live through it, so you can't control it. However, they used technology on you where there was that white flash of light. You saw that, right? It like rewound and showed it to me, so I knew what I was like, oh, yeah, that flash. Oh, shit. And I was fully awake in the flash of light going, I can't move. I can't move. My eyes were moving, man. And I was like I was getting it out. And these fucking dudes came in the room and they were mad small. You'd be expecting reptilians and shit. These guys are no bigger than a fucking foot tall. Maybe a foot and a half. They're like this fucking big. They were like, I wish I had an action figure that had it. Said long arm. Oh, you son of a bitch. To the elbow. And then long to the other way. So their arms kind of did this. They looked insect-like. They had gray heads, but they were insect-like. So think of a gray's head with a touch. Ooh, a touch of either... just a touch of mantis, maybe. Like the way that it's oval, their head is. I mean, the way their head's shaped compared to the way this gray's. And they all moved in unison. And they moved across the floor immediately. And I was like, yo, they were like fucking insect things. But I was after a few seconds, you're like, oh shit, like obviously moving in unison, and you get over it quickly. You get over it real fast. They took her, they were doing stuff to her right in front of me, and then they just turned around. I was standing up in the kitchen, up on a step, looking down at them. I was just standing there looking, and they went, "Look who it is." And I was like, in my head going, "Who is it? Who are they talking to? Me? Who am I? I don't know what's going on." And they were like, "Oh, you didn't think we'd find you, but we did." And they fucking ran up me. They put something, boom, right here. It's like in the ear hole, but above it. Not hot, not far and high. It's like right fucking here, right out of my reach of just being able to tear it out of my fucking head. And it drives me nuts. And you could feel it go off. It gets hot and it fucking. And I was like, look at you with your little weapons and technology. I'll fucking crush you. That's what I thought in my head. That's all I thought. I could just squeeze you once and you'd be dead. All of you. Gulliver Travel style. I'll fucking clothesline everyone. I was bugging out. And then I'm out. Don't remember anything. Wake up. Fucking. It was the weirdest shit, man. This girl was wearing my robe and she was naked under it. I didn't know her like that. So I was like, yo, what the fuck? And I was completely naked on the other side of the room. Like I had the L couch, but it was actually 2 couches. And then I was like, I'm short. So I'm only 5'8". I didn't get any bigger. And they like bent me over at the end of the couch. If I bent over and like leaned from my belly onto the arm, my feet, if my legs were curled, wouldn't hit the floor and I could rock back and forth like a fat baby, right? Like, because I've done that before and it's funny, not naked, but like to just laugh at look, I barely touched the floor, right? And they had me naked like that, and I jumped up. I felt myself rocking, and I just opened my eyes, and then I looked, and she was right in front of me on the other couch with her legs wide open, in my robe, completely naked, like, and I thought she was fucking dead. I thought she was dead. I jumped up like, and I realized I was naked, and I immediately started going, yo, I was checking myself to see if she did something to me. I was like, yo, this girl drugged me. I thought she came to the house because she brought tequila and beer. And all I did was take a shot of tequila. We opened the beer. I had a sip. She started drinking. We like clinked glasses. She went into the living room and it happened. It was like 5 o'clock. And then it was like 8:40 almost when we were sitting up, and I'm like, where did you get that robe? And she's like, isn't this yours? I go, I have that robe in my closet in a box in the back of the closet from Florida, from when I used to live in Florida. So it is mine, but it hasn't been out of the box since Florida. So while you're naked and wearing, she's like, where's my clothes? I go, where's my clothes? And they were just stacked right in the kitchen where I was, and hers were off to the side of the couch where they originally grabbed her. When I went back and watched this, they were making fun of me. They were like, he's going to go, what, did you rape me? Because I wasn't known for hooking up with chick. There was like this whole thing of me being an artist. Every girl that liked me either just wanted to have sex with me for whatever reason. They were just like fan about it. Like, come on, let's hang out. I'll suck you. Right. There was all this weird shit. And I would say no to that almost 100% of the time. But then it would make it difficult to meet anyone real on the other end, because then me showing interest in you is just me wanting to get laid. And it was just a fucking headache and a nightmare all the time, because you're just trying to be good and have a girlfriend and do music, and it's impossible. But it's not impossible. When you're with the right person, it all works itself out. Hey, Oracle Eyes, thank you so much. I love you so much. Thank you. Sending you positive vibes. You are amazing. You're an amazing creator being. All of you, you're amazing creator beings. We're in all spiders in the same web. Yeah. Yeah. And we're connected by that, right? So to the superpower, you're like, well, it's Spider-Man. No, man. Look, Superman and those guys are based on us. That's not them. Like, what if I told you that these Anunnaki gods and creatures and all this weird shit are versions of you and me? And it's a now moment, so everything's just happening now. So in this timeline, that's what's happening. So we're all just here. You're split into multiples. That's why when they're like, give love to it because it's really you in another way, it could literally be you. Like Reggie, why I get like so worked up, it's my little Reggie. That's me. Kadu is me, the greatest mantra. A piece of me gave life to the Kadu in my path, in my journey, right? To teach me of that connection, because I won't have children. I have Reggie, and I had Squeak, and I've had multiple other animals in my life that are this piece of me that I will say is Kadu, the great Kadu, the greatest mantra, the greatest of all. And that's my baby. I talk about the string. You guys are going to laugh at this because some of you cat people will go, whatever, you're full of shit. And I'm going to tell you, no, I'm not. This fucking string is, keep it down, is life around here. All right, homie? It's Reggie's string. Don't fuck around or you're going to find out. Everything about the cat. Everything. Everything. I'm not a dad. I'm her dad. I'm all their dads now, but it was like I can't explain this shit. When I saw her when I saw Kadu on the other side, I sat here, I ate mushrooms, and I was like a plant elemental, and I had vines, and the vines had pods in the end, like lettuce patch or something. And then this being brought me over. It was like my light body. I looked up, I saw that I was the elemental, the plant elemental. And it looked like a little pod on a plant that you would pop out an acorn or a fucking nugget of some kind that we would be like, oh, look what the fucking tree dropped. And it was Kadu. But the string is an emulation of the vine of connectivity, the tree of life in me to you. You're on the branch. You didn't leave the branch. You're not leaving the branch. You don't leave the branch. You're me. You're there. Like maybe in the future, maybe like just like Source broke off a piece to each one of us. Maybe this is me breaking off a piece to give it out. But as far as I've seen, that cat is me. It is mine. Literally is me. So she loves this fucking string. Like she didn't love it. I had my experience and then she wouldn't stop with the fucking string. And I immediately picked up on it. I said, she grabs it and holds it. And I do this thing where it looks like the vibration, like the sound effect, like, yeah, we're up in here. We're making music, right? So I'd be making jokes about it and thinking of how she's really connected to me that way because that's me. She's in the birthing pod having the experience the way I'm in the birthing pod having the experience, but she's in me. Like I have an organic one that you can build for you. You can do this as well. You probably have done it. There might be people in your life that, okay, so twin flames are that. I always talk about the rarity of twin flames. You don't want a twin flame unless you're, I feel like twin flames are a broken person's excuse to not fixing themselves properly. And by blaming not having the twin flame, that's why I kind of shit on it, because if you're not getting it, it's because you're not whole. You have to learn to be one. And then be able to now share and go 50%. How is it? The 49% service to self, 51% service to others. Oh, right. If Andrew Dice Clay was out here spitting spirituality. Hey, Rob, I was talking about you earlier, bro. About how fractals of us beat the shit out of beings. I love you, man. I love you. I was thinking about you the other day, too. Fucking super power vibes to you. Hey, Andrew Sly's here. Yeah. I love you guys so much. So yeah, so I hope I'm making sense, guys. I hope I'm making sense. I made notes. I had to hide them because I didn't know if Paula would be doing anything. So I always hide my notes from her. Okay, here's more connections. So we look up at the sky at night and we look at the Zodiac characters and the Big Dipper and shit, and we're drawing lines from one star to the other, making the connections, and then saying, oh, that's a lion. Right? So you're choosing to pick out light sources like on Paula would be able to describe this so much better than me. I used to use a God, it's not an Etch-a-Sketch. What the fuck are those things called? We used to take those little pegs, like they had orange, green, blue, purple, and then you would peg them into the black background on the board and make the design. And it would really be a box, like a little TV set. And in the back, it was just a light. And you turn on that light and it would light up. You'd make a clown, or you'd make a pyramid, or you make light bright. Thank you, Oracle. Fuck yeah. I used to love light bright, right? So we're looking up at the sky and we're creating a light bright version of Zodiacs and just saying that it's this, that, and the other thing. But we're drawing lines from one to the other and going, look, that's the sword. Look, that's the hump on the whale's back. Like, I'm like, oh, okay, I don't see it, but obviously you see it. But Big Dipper, Little Dipper, I get it. Those are all the interconnectivities, like the mycelium, like the mushroom caps popping up. Isn't that's like the stars we're looking at, and then we're drawing a line from one to the other. Well, in all reality, all suns connect for the most part. Like from any sun, you can get to any sun by going through. But then there's other suns that are like you can get to a lot of different locations. Like our sun, you could go in there and come out somewhere completely different. You could also access any sun. And then there's the central sun. I think from there you could access the multiverse. I'm not even sure how that works on that level, but as above, so below. So bigger the sun, bigger like I've seen the souls come in over there, like pour in as if it was like a reverse black hole that was spitting out light bodies. And then they would incarnate into different beings, into life, throughout the universe, throughout the galaxy, throughout whatever. And then we're making these light, bright connections and going, look, it's a clown's face, right? Look, it's Taurus. Look, it's a Leo. But really, you're just connected. We're all connected. It's just all connected. We're all lights going with the connector. And the minute you go, okay, so now let's get back to the Spider-Man conversation with my man, Joe. I was trying to explain to him. So I go, Joe, now you're sitting with me and you're like, yo, I'm coming over. And I'm like, all right, this is awesome. And you're like, I'll be there in an hour. This is all metaphorical. But then as you're coming, I go, man, I can't wait to see you. And he's almost here. And bing, the doorbell rings. I'm like, wow, this is fucking cool. Open the door, man. We start talking. He's like, bro, I fucking love what's going on here. It's like, I was just thinking of you, man. And it just, oh man, I can't stop. It feels so good back to be here again, bro. It's so good to see your fucking face. All this weird shit happened, right? And I'm looking at him. So I'm like, you ever sit in a room with a bunch of dudes that want to kill you or hurt you, but you don't know just quite yet, but you feel something's off? It's like opposite of that, but same exact thing. Well, I don't know what's going on here. Why is that guy looking at me like that? Why is he getting close to me? I got to get the fuck out of here, right? So the minute the thought goes in the head, it hits out and the awareness is picked up. We're not focusing on that. Frank does. So we'll just use Frank. I can't believe I just said that. Like I'm a third person. So I start to immediately feel weird in my stomach. Something's off. It's like an itch on my face, or like something. What is that? It's like on the inside. It's like my heart. It's not my heart. It's a thought. Did I hear something? No. Did I feel something? I feel it right here. And you just look, and they're right next to you. I don't know whoever in this place has had a punch thrown at them. I have practiced in my life after being bullied and pummeled as a kid to try not to get hit and just take a shot, right? So I've had dudes full swing on me, but I see them. I have awesome awareness. I used to have field awareness in football. Like it was crack. It was the best. I could really see out to the corners. Dude will swing on you and you just got to commit to not trying to be cool about it. Like, you missed, nothing like that. I'm talking the swing comes and you're not there. I'm like, and then back up and you committed. Oh, where's that coming from? Hone in on your feeling. You get used to it being around that. But then you talk to someone that's never been around it that all of a sudden becomes around it, and they'll tell you right up to that point, it felt like the creeper was there. Yeah, okay, now let's get spiritual with it. We're learning things are in the room with us. They're whispering in our ear. It's not necessarily us, but we hear it in our voice, and they're there. So now there's other connections in the room, and there's other things around us. So as your awareness grows in the detail of this whole thing, you start realizing who's pushing thoughts on you. Little heads are lighting up. Energy message comes through, lights up on you. You're trying to have a thought, can't get the thought out. Somehow there's writer's block. It's like a spark, not me. It's like the line of energy, blinks out, blinks out. Right? Well, when you're on fire and it's Michael Jordan, he's dunking and shooting and driving, it's like, and then you're like, yeah, Mike. And it's like from your head to his head. And he's just pulling that, and it's coming from all directions. And there's people that are like, no, but it's in a dualistic universe. It's 50-50. Remember, the ones that are screaming no are also not out there trying to be the opponent to that guy, like physically. They're not like him, and he's dunking on them. And you're like, no, and he's just weaving in and out. It's like fucking magic. And you're like, how's this happening? That's the next step, homies. That's when your mind is in that spider web locked in, and you've also got your physical character, your flesh avatar tuned into it as well. Not just here. Not just here. The whole thing. You're running on emotion. You ask him when he had 103 fever on the court, what were you fucking thinking, dude? How do you get into a flow state like that? He goes, I just go with it. I don't worry about, I'm going to do this and do that and do this. I just go. If it doesn't feel right, I don't do it. If it feels right, I'm on it. So he hones in on that feeling and then makes the judgment on that call and then scores 53 fucking points on the Knicks. And you're like, what? What just happened? Sorry, that was a rough go back in the day. But I remember watching that and remembering these things and then remembering what they were saying. And now it was like checkpoints for me now to know telepathy. You deprogrammed. You building new patterns, new waves. You're out there doing it. We're aware we're doing it. We're showing up in dreams, activities. We're answering each other's questions out loud. I didn't finish the statement. You're already answering for me. Well, what's the next step? And how does it work? As above, so below. You push it through with intention and it goes through. But the minute you do, it leaves, the phone rings on the other end instantly, right? Toth was teaching me how to be quick, right? Like, let's see how fast you are. So he was racing me. He was whipping me, bro. Whipping me. And I kept like going, it's so hard to fucking... And he's like, dude, you're trying to physically run. Right? Like this isn't about light speed and that speed and that speed. It's thought. Just think. Stop trying and just think. Like, just stop trying to do. Stop it. And I was like, okay, stop. I go, stop. Okay, I'm stopped. Put your hands up. Hands up. Don't shoot. Okay, you ready? You're not doing nothing? No, I feel pretty good, man. All right. And then he takes off. And I'm like, obviously, I can't be that fast. And he comes back. What did you just say? I said, obviously, I can't be that fast. Okay, so you lost the race right there. Because you're not racing physically. This isn't physicality. There's no rules here. Watch what occurs. Take a deep breath. You ready? I was like, yeah, man, I'm very aggressive mentally, like trying to like figure it out. Like, come on, Frank, what's wrong with you? You can't think about this and blah, blah, blah. And then I was like, you know what? Fuck this guy. Like, just follow him. Don't let him get away. And he took off on me again. And I took off and I was right next to him. And I was like, I remember I wasn't doing anything. And I was like, yo, we were moving through the holographic construct of everything at speeds that didn't even make it not only didn't make sense, it wouldn't even make sense if I put it in a fucking movie, because it was universal. It wasn't like Earth, right? So it's not like, oh, they were doing that around the planet. No, it was like in the etheric connection to the all. So it was like the everywhere. And we were all over the whole thing. It looked like as I was on this side, I was on this side. And that's how fast we were going. We were like everywhere at once. So for those of you that know the Emerald Tablets, they talk about the hounds that lie in the angles. So you never travel on a straight line. You travel through spirals and you stay off the 90-degree angles because you encounter these beings that will try to take you or race you back to your body and then try to get into your body before you do. So when I read that shit, I was deathly afraid, like, oh, I can't run in a straight line and blah, blah, blah. Dudes and dudettes, let me be the first to tell you that if you know what you're doing, not only will you outrace them every time, they will give up. They will just go, nope. You ever see those fucking cartoons or something, or like the TV show, the cops holding the radar gun and the guy comes by so fast, it's like a rocket ship comes by and the cop is just sitting there like, the detector goes to like unreadable because it's obviously a rocket ship that just flies by. It's faster than that. He has no chance of catching you. He can't even radio to the next guy that fast. You're already past the next guy. Oh, did pass. Oh, there he goes again. You still didn't contact the second guy? We got to call the chief. Done. I'm already in the next state. There's no chance. You're like, hey, you can't beat that. Yes, you can. You're not racing in the street. Thinking that you are is the problem. You become you're the all. You're at all of it at once. So we were just laughing, looking at each other. There was no breath. There was no running out. My arms were just, it was fun. I can't explain it. It's in a different mode. It's like a flow state where I didn't feel like I was actually exercising. I was looking at him as if I was like, okay, yeah, I think I get it now. And he was like, yeah, let's do this. And then I just took off on him. And he was like, see, you can fucking... And I was like, obviously, he was giving me a little love right there, letting me take off like that. But when you focus out, who's to say who's quicker at that level, even though it's that fast? Like, so he was saying to me, like, don't think you're nothing. You can do this. Look at all the things you can do. You're the speed of a fucking thought, bro. Excuse me. Flash ain't got nothing on you. You're faster. And I'm like, and they were like, look, after we get through this, you're going to learn that bilocation stuff. You're going to learn you could be all these places at once, and you're not going to want to fly, even though you can. Your human physical body is literally built for teleportation. I was like, what? They're like, okay. In the X-Men, this is how they had to explain it to me. You got to, just the way I'm explaining it, I'm saying it right now. You got to see these guys' faces. They're like, okay, Frank, right? Like, we're going to do this so we don't have to slap the shit out of you for the 1,000th fucking time. But he's here and he's paying attention. So, Nightcrawler, the guy that teleports, he shows up here, shows up here. How's he fucking doing that? Okay, so Silver Surfer. He opens a portal right in front of himself that you're not catching because it's happening fucking quick. It's the speed of your thought. So, but it's a portal. It opens, poof, and it's to another dimension. And it's like a pass through. And the hole opens on the other side where he wants to be. And he just passes through. That's it. That's how he teleports. But his superpower, when they draw him in the comic, it's like, oh, he's here, then he's here, then he's here, then he's here, and he's here. And it's like when you see him in the movie, you're like, bro, this guy's amazing. It's like, okay, bro. That's a power that's built into your human flesh suit. When your DNA is activated, that you can literally do. So this is the point. You might want to fly, but once you're able to open a portal and just walk through it, you're not gonna even bother flying. Why would you fly to Mars if I could just open a door and we could just walk through and we're there? I mean, you could fly once you're there, but why would you fly there? It would take you however long it would take you to do that, depending on your ability to know how to fly. And can you withstand space and time and all that other shit bending around you as you go do this physically? So we're not there yet. Or your body's literally built to open portals and walk through. Like, that's going to happen. No matter, they're like, some of the weird shit that we hear of, they were telling me. Like people just disappearing. They're like, sometimes, not all the time, but there are times where that's the person doing it and not even knowing they're doing it. And then they wind up someplace and they can't get back. And we don't, and I'm like, when you see these situations, you go, what the fuck? Why, if you're aware of this, why are you not helping them? And they're like, you have to understand that everyone's contracted to do this shit. If like we told you that if the all, who knows the game Dig Dug, where you dig out the ground in those lines and it clears out the screen as you go? They're like, if the entire thing is Dig Dug and there's like a bazillions and bazillions of forms of life all attached to the source creator and all have to just be their own self and original and clear out the level and return back the information and then continue to move on into the next thing. How, like, it's like Dig Dug when you clear the board, you don't, it's like you go in and you got to clear out all those layers and that's it. And now you're fucking hype and on to the next thing. And in the video game, you just go on to the next level and it's more advanced and more intense. But we're all that to the creator. So you have to have everything. So it does everything. Everything gets done. Anything that's not done is something that hasn't been done yet that needs to be done and accomplished. I don't know how to, it's really weird how that works, but you're contracted in. We are all contracted in at different shit. So like some of these planes that disappear, that like get caught in a warp or something, literally get caught in fucked up positions where they're like frozen in time and just sitting there. And that's it. That's it. Until it's not. You would say forever, but what does forever mean? Forever is the loop of the universe. So once the loop of the universe is complete and you complete the loop, you're out. You're out. The universe isn't out. You just unplug from it. It doesn't unplug from you. It goes on. People are still playing on PS1 and fucking Super Mario Kart on Super Nintendo and shit. They're still playing GoldenEye on fucking... you understand what I mean? They're playing on all different levels, all different scales, all different play systems, all different versions of universes. So it's on you to fucking get things done and then port out. And I'd be like, well, what about these poor fellas? They're contracted to do that. So someone has to do it to understand what that is. I'm like, so y'all showed me that happening to people and then them winding up on this strange place that doesn't even look totally like a place, right? And then giant ants attacking them. The ants were the size of horses, attacking people that didn't know what happened. And they just wind up in this place. And then those things are eating them. And they're like, yep. I'm like, that makes no sense. That makes no fucking sense. They're like, someone has to do it and go through it. So in other words, if you can think the thought of there's a man on fire chasing a marshmallow that doesn't want to be set on fire through a flaming city street while a fucking, Godzilla comes down the block, there's some version of that that's actually occurring. And then things in life, because of system breakdowns and interferences and frequency changes, just like in a video game, shit gets stuck or sent over, and then you're there. There's nothing anyone can do, and the other guys won't get involved because you're contracted to be in that. I know it sounds so fucking weird, man. And I've watched people they're like frozen. And I'm like, well, how do they unfreeze? And they're like, when their time is up, they'll just be done. I'm like, when is that? You said forever. And they're like, forever, it doesn't last. It lasts the loop of the infinite loop. But this is a loop, but this is a loop too. But so's this. And so's this. And they're all infinite loops. So whenever that infinite loop is done, its requirement is done and cashed in and gone. You're gone. Yeah, it's painful. It sucks. I was like, are they aware of what's going on? They were like, oh, yeah. I'm like, so they're frozen, but they're aware. Yes, they're not dead. So there's a soul connected to them. Yes. So it's like they're dreaming but awake. Yes. And it's just stuck there and can't be pulled out. Correct. Until it runs the fucking program, until it runs its contract. This is how they talk to me. Until it runs the contract. You can just see it. Look, contract. It's almost running out. Done. But for each and every single person, it's different. So you have to be aware that shit's happening. Everything's happening. Everything. I'm like, so you're telling me a merman came out of the ocean and ate someone, pulled it down. You're like, yep. I'm like, raped them and then pulled them down. Yep. Drag them down. Somehow genetically manipulated and changed them so they could breathe under the water with them. Then raped them, but then married them and then ate the baby. And then, but lived happily forever after in the bubble under the sea. And they're like, yep. I'm like, come on. And you go in and you look and you're like, well, obviously this is already happening. We're like, everything has to for this fucking thing to work. You have to just let it happen. That's it. We can't take control. Like, the reason why we're even in here to begin with is we came in this space to fix. This is the one thing me and Chris Gio agreed on, right? We had to come in here to fix the problem because you couldn't fix it from the outside. You just can't do it. But that's the school and that's the lesson. So for as serious as it sounds, as we were on the outside and have to come in and fix it for the lesson, is for the same reason we're on the outside laughing that the inside version think that that's fucking crazy. And they're out there laughing. They're like, your job is to light body up, bitch. That's it. Light body. Don't listen to this one. Don't listen to that one. Light body. And get your ass back up here. I'm like, but I'm standing right there. Get up here as the light body. And then you pop up and you realize you're bilocating. You're clearing the level inside the video game, then popping out of the screen. What are you guys doing in there? You playing a video game? Which one of you is controlling me? Yeah, we lost control like an hour ago. Yeah, well, you better gain control, motherfucker. You better figure out the cheat codes. And then they look and they clap. You're doing it because you're source. You're fucking God. So when you do these absurdly crazy things from your imagination that just blow minds, wow, I can't believe that's happening. That's what God wants. That's what source wants. Did I hurt you? No. Did I show you some magic? Yep. Did it work? Oh, yeah. Do you believe a little bit? Yep. Gotta have faith to get the shit to work. I know now. Right? Happy solar eclipse, Christy. I love you so much. Yeah, we're unlocking all this stuff. This is the video game. It's Dungeons and Dragons. For those that haven't played Dungeons and Dragons, you basically build a character with attributes. So it's like fighting, agility, endurance, strength, reason. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of other things, resourcefulness and all this bullshit. And then the character, you roll dice to see where you land on a chart. So in the beginning, the master will tell you, the dungeon master will be like, yo, you can't start as like a 25 dungeon king, dragon slayer. You start as a mage and you work your way up. So you got to go and fight some skeletons and you collect some potions and you learn some magic from wizards. And then your fighting goes up, your agility goes up, your ability to reason with these things, your ability to reason with magical based things. So now you could use magic. I didn't understand it. Now I do. Here's my wizard hat. Give me my sword. And your fucking health points are the total of everything. And they just keep going up as long as you're alive and keep beating levels. So the dungeon master presents issues, just like in Stranger Things. They'll go, the flaming witch of hollow hell comes into the graveyard and attacks your party for 25 points of health. And then you got to sit there and go, well, I'm the guy with the shield in the group. Obviously, these two numbnuts are a birdman and a wizard. I got no protection, but I'm literally a dude with a giant shield. So I shield them. I roll the dice. I'm gonna roll the block with my shield, and then you block and you act as a defensive melee to the melee, and then allow the other two characters, perhaps from your party, to attack the incoming sorceress with 100 hit life. And she's using fire, so maybe we should get the ice guy to come over here. Like, it forces your brain to work into using all these different things. But as you're winning, you're leveling up. So it's life, right? So think about, all right, so I told a story. I had a tentacle come from that door because there was this thing on the other side of the door to like grabbing me by the throat and then shoving its tentacle in my mouth and like dropping me on the floor. It was like dragging me around in the kitchen and pulling me this way. And I was screaming, "You're not supposed to be here." And then I was fighting with it. And the girl that was here got up. Paula was sitting right here when the couch was here, and the girl was like, "Holy shit!" and then slammed the door shut, and the tentacle fell, and I threw up, and there's all this yellow gunk, and I'm like, "What the fuck just happened?" Okay, that motherfucker could never do that to me again. However that worked, the energy, my not being protected, my inability to reason with certain things during these weird oblong experiences. Meeting ETs the first 10 times were so different than what anyone would think, because you meet them in dreams. Obviously, we're meeting them there. We're meeting them in real life, but we're unaware of it because they put you to sleep. They take you. They're not abducting you. We know a lot of them. There's a bunch of abductions, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of us, them, and we go back up to the ship and they just check on us real quick and put us back, or we'll project in and they'll come down and take a look, and I'll be like, what the fuck are you doing? It's like your people are looking in on you. There's just all this crazy stuff going on. We have to keep all this stuff in mind. It's going to be a very important time. You're working our way up to being able to stand with an ET. You have to take like micro doses of venom, as a metaphor, to be in their frequency. So it's like little doses of their frequency so you could finally be there. But before you get to that good point, it feels like you're being like raped. Like, oh, they're taking me, they're gonna tear me apart, they're gonna eat me and fuck me. Like, you just relax, and they'll be telling you, oh, just chill, and you'll be, oh, I'm having a heart attack, right? Like, you just can't control it. So ayahuasca will work with you. Trip. But for those that don't drink ayahuasca, you're getting worked with just as much in your dream state, or maybe even on the ships, or maybe there's a lot of ways it could work. You cannot put limitations on any of this stuff, right? You could be learning in a different dimension and be gone for 35 years with a beard, come back and you were gone 15 seconds. But now somehow you have 35 years of knowledge in you. We've heard of craziest shit, right? We heard people go in comas. They live a completely another life. Ari Shafir, a comedian, smokes sativa or some shit, salvia, and then thought he lived an entire life with a family, had an entire family. He was gone 15 minutes. He was swear to God by it. He came back and he was completely frustrated. Like, where the fuck's my family? I'm like, I lived to an old man and then they're gone. Where's my family? And they're like, dude, wake up. It's all relative to how the universal construct and the hologram that you're in is spinning. They're showing it to me now. They're like, you could go in there and live a lifetime after lifetime after lifetime after lifetime, come back into this circle, which is the one you're in, and have all that knowledge. It's crazy. A lot of times in these constructs, we know who we are, but you can't, for many reasons. As the human, you have to break the programming and rise. You have to ascend into your power. I was watching House of the Dragons last night, and the lady, I find myself, I sound like them sometimes. Like, she says, they must all come and witness the king's ascension with their own eyes. And I'm like, hey, Queenie, you need to do that shit for yourself. Stop being such a dick, right? Right? Take some self-responsibility and rise yourself. But that's what you do. You witness your ascension. It's the only thing that's important. And the war is the one that rages on within you. Dragons and monsters and lefties and righties and Nazis and fucking monsters and whatever. Like, that's all in you, man. This is all a projection of what's happening inside of us. So the longer you're like, oh, nuclear war, you might get nuclear war. Luckily, you got people like us ignoring that shit. Like, no, that's not going to happen. Think about nuclear war. You don't exist. They don't exist either. You could, they got spaceships and all that. So what? So what? The whole fucking place becomes uninhabitable. If you're dead and I'm dead, why are we arguing? We're the only things that matter here. You got to put yourself in a mental space where it's like you, the creator, you're locking in your energy, which is directly to source. So then you can be part of the great collective, that root system in the mycelium, the telepathy powers that are connected, the etheric connections we don't see, the unders and the overs, the inners, the outers. And you got to just light that shit up with your stuff. And that's how you win. Not by getting me to stop doing mine. You just do yours. If it's your job to sway people, that's a different story. I'm not here to sway you. I'm here to tell you my story. I could only do my stuff because of the examples I have. That's it. There's nothing in books. It's all in, I'll tell you what, it's all in books, and you could read all about these things in books. I went and I had them happen to me. I'm much happier that way. And now when I go back to reference, hey, did anyone ever hear about this? And they show me shit and I go back and take a look at it. I read it and I go, this is amazing. I went through this. It's like an outline for everyone. It's almost like the hero's journey is meant. And then imagine it's a video game that you just step into and it's you. But you're going to play the game. There's pitfalls, there's ups, there's downs. There's loves, there's action, there's intense thrills and horror and drama and suspense, but it's you. So then when I come and put my 25 cents into the game to play, to show how old I am, when I put my quarter into play, I play the same game you did, except it's my personality in there. So I might answer questions differently. I might take different paths, different ways around things. What you saw, I might not have seen or caught on to, but there's a general construct to work within the bounds of the holographic construct, which is infinite because it's on the infinite loop. So it consistently exists in the photograph of life. Because remember, it's there, it's not there, it's there, it's not there, it's there, it's not there every bazillion trillionth of a second, right? I forgot how that works. It destroys itself and sucks itself in at the same time. Well, let's not use those terms. Let's just say it's one photograph after another. Right. So if I flip from one photo to another, but it's the next moment in the next photograph, like literally, like, so it's me, right? Each one of those shots is perfect and melded in time. But each time you flip to the next shot, there's a space between, like on a Kodak, on a photograph, there's like the white edge. That white space is that stuff, is the destruction coming back again into the next picture. Right? So it's not really destruction. It's just moving into the next frame and then a space, next frame, space, next frame, space. Just like as if you focus down in on our own pixelation inside of real life, it breaks down to atoms and spinnies and nothing's touching. It's a fucking hologram. It's being held together by your consciousness. That's crazy, right? So I want to say something funny before I break out tonight. I got a few minutes. I'm not in no rush. So Paula and I were talking. I hit everything on my list. Yay. I was talking to Paula and I said to her, fuck what we watched Black Adam. I enjoyed the movie a lot. I had a good time. I'm not going to ruin it for nothing. So whenever I watch movies with Paula, I'll say something like, what would you rather? What would you rather do? So I'll be like, would you rather be in the Helm's Deep fight in Lord of the Rings as the archer Legolas? Or would you rather be in Avengers Infinity War as Black Widow? Like, I'll just throw whatever. Would you rather fight the Predator? Or would you rather fight the alien? You got to fight one of them. Sorry, fuck it. And then we'd watch the movies, and she's like, they're going to both kill me within 3 seconds, so I don't even know. But I'm going to go with that one instead. Would you rather fight the T-Rex and try to win? Would you rather escape Jurassic Park, or would you try to escape the Blob? right? The body snatchers or, whatever, the mind snatchers or the demonic entities. And we get into these long drawn out, fucking awesome conversations. So they're usually pretty funny, like straight up. They're just great. So I said to her, yo, man, would you be like this guy if he does some crazy shit? I was loving it. I was like, yo, this is great to see. And then I was trying to explain what the comics are like. And I looked at Paul. I said, what would you be like? Would you do that? Would you do, like, I was being serious when I said to, and then she just looks up at the screen and goes, oh yeah, totally. You guys would all be fucked because I would hold each and every one of you down and fuck you. She goes, yeah, I'm just taking what's mine. I'm gonna just fuck every single one of you. And I was like, what? She goes, yeah, you'd be she goes, you'd be in so much trouble. She goes, let me just take it what I want from you. She goes, everyone else, woof. She goes, yeah, it's pretty much that. I do just do what I fucking want. And then she started laughing, like she just made a noise. And I just looked at her and I was like, whoa, the case for why no people shouldn't have power like that. Because with great power comes great responsibility. And if you're not going to be responsible with that power, you're probably going to be pretty rapey, apparently. Oh, sorry if that shook things out of context a little bit, but man, you got to fucking laugh in this world. You never know what's going on out there. Yo, is there a link up, Kev, to AWOL? I'll play it if it's out right now. I know. So congratulations, Sons of the Sun, on their release. Going AWOL. I don't know if it's released tonight. I'm going to see if I can find it right now. Oh shit, it's out. What do you mean kind of? It's out. What do you mean? You put it in the chat? I don't see it. So we're going to play it right now. Apparently it has no views. So let me just give you a little something. So going AWOL is like breaking free of the matrix and the constraints that bind us to this holographic system. Literally the shit we're trying to drop, get rid of, ground into the new thing and bring into the new system of 5D and all that wonderful shit. This brings forth the breakthrough into that. We're going AWOL. We're getting crazy. And we're absolutely going to break free. Hold on. Wait, don't play it yet. Okay. I'm pretty excited. I did not expect this. This is like a little happy gift. All right. So shout outs to shout outs to my man KG for making this awesome stuff happen. Without you, man, it would just be Sun and no Sons of the Sun. It would just be Sun. How are you, Son? So I love you, brother. You're the best. And without you, this wouldn't even be here. So let's go AWOL. All right.
Is that a light burning out my eyes? Oh, me, holy shit, it's burning out the lies. We hide down deep inside. And how my mask felt like I died. Look into my third eye, the magic is me. Strong as my faith as I release belief. I mean, talk is cheap. When the darkness creeps, as I confront all the things that'll make you scream. Coming in here, way Together you and I are walking out of the stream. Human rays, time to rise on the streets. Sky high, we saw the holographic. Took it hit by the waves as you fall back asleep. My soul take a hold. We're inside a machine. Trapped time inside an avatar that leaves. Roots grow like trees. Floating over easy benefits. My nose as I walk the concrete.
Can you see this clearly now? That you're being free is what they can't allow. It's not a race, watch this land of fears. Crowd in your space, while they sink in quicksand. The progress will take, so update your style. We see, so that's through a crowd. Do nothing at all, it's meant to keep us from going out. The progress will take, so update your style. We see, so that's through a crowd. Do nothing at all, it's meant to keep us from going out.
Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. So happy that that's out right now. Hold on. Bang. Going AWOL. Check it out on it's everywhere. I'm going to guarantee you right now that it's everywhere. I want to thank you for hanging in there. I know we had a bunch of people drop off. Listen, show a little love once in a while, mother truckers. Click like, click subscribe, click share, just click it. Listen to it once, be a mother trucker and just listen to it. Be like, you know what? That's not that bad at all. I think I kind of like that because I'm telling you right now, they put that in a John Wick movie or some crazy shit. You're going to be like, yo, that song is dope, which it is. So thank you everyone for checking it out. I love you guys. I'm just playing around. I'm being super silly, super stupid. I just really appreciate everyone. That was a big surprise for me right there. We've been putting a lot out. I'm actually working on the lyric video. Here's the thing with that song that I love so much. I told Paula this. Once you see the lyrics to this song, you can't unsee them. And it's great. That's the thing I love about it. It's like a smash bam ticker in and out. And it's totally dope. Totally. A lot of fire. We put out a lot of creations into this world. We just we're not trying to make hits. We're just trying to have fun and trying to put it out there, our style, whatever that means. And I hope that you put out into this world your style, your thing, so I can go, oh, yeah. Because when I got tired of singing other people's music, I was told to create my own. And I went and I did that. And so did Kevin. And we're doing it. Right. So I appreciate you for even giving me a few minutes to, play that and enjoy that with me and take that journey. And if you want to take it a little further, check it out. Just type in Sons of the Sun Going AWOL. It's in Spotify, YouTube, Apple, Amazon, everywhere else. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you everyone for spending time with us tonight with, the whole family that was here. And, I miss you guys. See, I want to leave with this. Everyone wants the next step. They want the next thing. And I've been asked about the whole Anki thing and Lil and who the real guy is compared to the other. And, there's some guy, Ishmael or whatever his name is, going around saying Enlil's the good guy and this one's the good. I just want you guys to know this because everybody started arguing. Even all my dudes, I was listening to them. I was like, what the fuck is all this shit? So to me, Enlil is a title. Okay. I'm a direct descendant of the Israel. Okay. The Isis, the Ra, the Elohim, direct descendant. They didn't want me in their sessions. but my bloodline dictates me my seat. Okay? We're here to break the cycles. If you're the black sheep in your family, you will understand this. You will understand that they want to give the seat to you because it goes to you, but you don't want it. I don't need your job. I don't need your arranged marriage. I don't need your bullshit. I don't need your headache. I don't need your past. And I definitely don't need your bullshit in the present, in the now moment. And what you think I should futuristic, all this is gone. The black sheep breaks the cycle. I am a black sheep. I broke the cycle. I reemerged. Well, I didn't just do that in my family here. And it was a little different for me. Everyone still thinks I'm a weirdo, but at least it's nice now. It's not like overly, fucking crazy. But when I talk about my surname being Guardian Anki, I don't mean Anki versus Enlil. I'm talking about the title because Anu had the title of Anki. So just so you get a better view on how I see it compared to the way other people are like infighting. Well, anyone pushing Enlil is the villain and anyone pushing Anki is obviously the hero. And then because that's how it's written. So you got Michael Saylor on one side and you got a whole bunch of other people and they're all like, you got Elaine Denon, whatever. And they're like, Anki. And then they're literally talking like, oh, Anki, he's like awesome and all this bullshit. And then on the other side, you got Enlil, who is obviously, we were told, is like the fucking, the Cain and the Cain and Abel story. I just want to fucking kill this guy, hate the humans and all this other shit. Okay, once again, you're being dragged into a storyline that you have no fucking clue about. None of us do. And you're being told from one person, no, this is the good guy. And then you're being told from the other one, oh, this is the bad guy and good guy. And you're the bad guy, good guy. Where have we heard this before? Oh, everywhere. You have this guy, Ishmael, saying, I don't care personally. He said a lot of good things, but then he said Elaine Denon was taken over by AI and that you can't trust anything coming out of that whole sector. And then you have Mike Jaco saying a whole bunch of stuff that mirrors both of what they're saying, but on the untouched arguing. So we're not saying that Elaine Donovan doesn't know her shit over here. We're just saying she was taken over by AI. And when she says Anki, she means we're coming for your soul with the AI intelligence. Okay, but what about all this other stuff she says and has people on that helps with? Oh, that shit's good message then. Oh, that's the good that comes out of it. Okay, well, what about you? Well, Enlil's the good guy and everybody's been lying to you and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, who are you? Where did you come from? How is your information so off and all of a sudden everybody that believes this is the enemy? Okay, obviously you're pushing a fucking an agenda too. This is why I don't get in with the in crowds and the out crowds. Like I don't care because I would sit there and argue with both sides. I'd be like, you're both fucking hippopotamus pussies. You're fucking dummies. Everything was you're literally attacking each other. What are you doing? When you start attacking each other, and then you're causing a dismay in the community. No, follow me, not her. Buy my book because my book says it the best. And then he has one on, and then this guy has the other one on, and he seems to agree with both, but disagree that maybe this thing is doop. And I'm like, this is all bullshit. You realize I don't do any of this stuff. This is why I left Geo and them. You got to put the lights on, so you got to talk your shit. You got to pay your bills this way. You know what I'm saying? You got to continue it. The UFO has to kidnap you and then has to turn into 18D and it has to upgrade on everyone. And then the new guy that comes out has to have the better information. Then fuck George Papadopoulos and fucking Papadopoulos over here because he was good 12 years ago, but then he lied and he said this other thing. And then this guy has a sword on his arm. So obviously he's a Mason. And then 12 years later, he's on your show and he's like, bro, George is my best friend. Man, me and him are my best friends. And then Frank is my best friend. Frank is my best friend. Well, out of space comes, oh, KG says my best friend. Now we're all best friends, but we're not best friends with you because you don't know, because you said something wrong, didn't agree with me, that didn't agree with life. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Did you get all your information out of one book? Because then you're a dummy. Where'd you get your wisdom from? Everybody's got a fucking story, but you're going to go around attacking people. You know, it'd be funny. Attack me. Have a few of you attack me. I'll sit right with you. I would have no problem having an open discussion on how full of shit some of you are. Wisdom and experience, not just, well, we're all connected and I'm just pulling the story out of my ether. You mean your asshole? Anyone promoting my side over your side, anyone, obviously this person's an AI. Ugh, I hate to tell you this, guys. Jets and Giants again. Mets and Yankees. They're Coke and Pepsi. This is why I don't. We're all human. This is how I'm compassionate. I'm compassionate because we're all human, and I get this human part. I get it. Here's the part I don't get. Stop attacking each other. You're literally like, we shouldn't attack each other. We should work together. You're an AI. Well, that is obviously, you just argue that point and said this whole side's corrupted. There's a few TFR hosts. I don't listen to any of them, but I have a heart for like Nikki Colombo and stuff. And then she went and said some shit on Michael Sala. I don't know any of these people. I know Nikki, so I'm like, I love you. You know, with my heart, but this guy's got a good information. But obviously, some people that come on his show is full of shit and is a plant and is bullshit. And then you're like, well, now I'm wiping all of it clean because he talks to her and then she's wiped clean. But I'm like, I was on the ship with the two of them, him and her, but I was literally there with Jaco. He wasn't there and she wasn't there. They're the two that are arguing. We were all up on the ship, though. Can we agree on that? Oh, yeah. We were up in the ship together. Sure. Are you sure? Or are you just saying you're sure? Don't let me bring Della out here and make her fucking prove some shit to you. We were up there together. That's Joe's wifey. So I'm going with an outside source in. And we came in together like, what the fuck? We're up on the ship. Wow, how did this happen? Oh, look who's here. So the two that were arguing weren't on the ship. Everyone else from the ship was being called out from this shit. And I'm like, but we're all saying the same thing and working together. Oh, wait a second. And it's coming to me now, too. I'm having this conversation out loud. The people stirring the pot are usually the pot stirrers. Why? Because he had an accident 12 years ago. He knows better than everyone else. You know, he talks to millions of people. You know, she talks to millions of people. I was telling Paul right before the show tonight, I talked to 500 people. A show. That's what I reach. That's my audience reach. 500. Sometimes more, sometimes less. Okay? So I'm at 500 telling the truth straight across the board. It's just a witness thing. I'm witnessing it. You're supposed to be the observer. I'm here to witness and be the observer. Well, 90% of what he says is great. So I'm not tackling him that way. And then there's this percent where I'm just like, that's not true from my perspective at all. Literally at all. Like, I don't even know where you got that from. And you're coming out on my man show where I'm like, oh, that shit is, you're backing that dude. You're not that you should be backing anyone, but you realize everyone from the ship was over here. But now this lady's being called out and she's fighting with that one. You know, a really good trick would be to have two people fighting with sides that have 1 million people on each side and get us fighting with each other about Enlil and Enki, two people y'all never know nothing about. Once again, now it's fucking interdimensional space racism. Like, come on. Come on. So who's dividing people? Who's dividing them? Go right to those people and realize the division is being done right there. Right? It's crazy shit, man. I saw Charlie Ward on the ship, and I fucking screamed, "Get this pedophile away from me before I punch him in his face." And they were like, "He's not a pedophile." I'm like, you know who Jimmy Seville is, right? And they were like, yo, we put light beings in those positions, in those places to anchor the light, to know what the fuck is going on. A heist within a heist. And I was like, whoa, I'm sorry. Ooh. Yeah, but they were like, no, you look around. How many of you have been in shitty places, locking in things down and then having to be the fuck out? You can't be there no more, so you leave. You're like, okay, this is above my pay grade. Now I'm out. And then you fight against the power on the other end. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much the story of life, right? I was with Satan, now I'm with Jesus. Like, it's just whatever. So they were like, yeah, don't be surprised. I mean, you're going to be surprised, but don't be so cruel with calling people names, because that's not true. I said, that's not true, man. You're right. That's fucked up. Fuck. You know, what are we supposed to do? Right? Like, everyone went against Corey Goode. I was on the ship with Corey. He was drugged. He was obviously drugged. I talked about Corey Goode before Corey Goode came out. See, this is where I'm like, I did. I don't want to be like that. I was with Chris Gio. I came on one of his fucking shows. I wasn't on Fearless yet. Fearless wasn't created. So this guy named Corey smoked DMT at Paula's original house. She had like a townhouse upstate when I first met her. And I smoked DMT. She went to bed. I went downstairs. I smoked at her dining room table. And I felt like I was being sucked out of my body. And I went down. I hit my head on the table. I came right out. Left, was up on the ship. I was with Toth and all of them. I tell the story of how when they tell you the 2x2 thing onto the ships is not what we think it is. They were they had animals 2x2 that were like, they weren't animals. They were beings, not animals, people from outer space or some shit, inner space. They had dinosaur men, werewolf looking dudes. They were like 2x2. So it was like two of them, a man and a woman, a man and a woman, a man and a woman. And they were being led towards this sphere. And the sphere was showing them what they did as people. So they were asking me to stay away from the line because I could be attacked because they were still unchecked. Right. So there was like reptilians there that were like the ones that eat people. And I completely I was like, hey, those guys are like raptor men. They're like reptilian, but they're like raptors, not like Draco reptilian. It's like completely different. And I was like, and that's an octopus. And this fucking thing's talking to me. It starts talking to me on the wall. So I get closer to the line and they're like, yo, back away from the fucking line. We just told you those things will attack you. So I left it alone. I walked along the outside of the line, right? It broke off and went the other way. Came back just like a ride at Great Adventure. You're waiting online to get into this sphere of fucking light. I just walked right to the sphere, to the other side of it, and looked, and I saw them going in, and it was like a hologram they were showing them of all these crazy things. And I was watching beings that had no emotional range to give a shit all of a sudden care. Like completely losing it, breaking into tears, apologizing, like having a full spiritual break and then advancing. Now they were able to advance. They were like witnessed everything they've ever done and their people have ever done. And like, it's just like us, you know, they showed us killing chickens and killing each other and eating the meat and fucking raping the fields of the wheat and the fucking just shitting and not cleaning it. And it was just like a fucking nonstop thing. But they were showing this to them and it was in Toth's ship. I'm pretty sure it was Toth. And then it looked exactly, I worked there. So, but this was before all of me having all of that information. I walked to the back, the other end, and I could see my reflection in everything shiny. Like goldish brass looking shit, everything, the finish, you could see your reflection in. So I was like walking along looking at my reflection because I was the light being, right? So I was like, yeah, but I was me. It was Frankie. I was like, this is great. So I realized what was going on. I was like, let me walk away from them. There's obviously a personal thing for each. There's a lot of people online here, and obviously whatever you want to call this is happening. It reminded me of something out of Total Recall, almost Total Recall, and like a Bible verse or some shit. It was crazy. So I see a human on the other side of the ship, and I immediately go, oh, look, a human. He's wearing a fucking blue shirt, black pants. He's buttoned down with white buttons. It was fucking Corey Goode. I didn't know who he was. I didn't know his last name was Goode. They said, yo, get away from Corey. So I said, what the fuck is your problem? He's the only other human here. And as I was talking to him, he was doing this. And I was like, what did you do to him? So I look in the reflection and I see I'm the light being, and I'm grilling him, like holding him, going, what did you do to him? So I don't know if they're like, dude, let him go. Like, you're freaking him the fuck out. He was like, just like if I was holding someone, and I'm like, no, I'm human too. It's me, Frank. Like, look at me. And he was out of it completely. Like, I don't even want to look at you. And so I let him go. And then I look, there was a giant blue bird being, and they make fun of him and call him, oh, the blue birds. There was a girl and a guy. The girl was, I told the whole story. She's so tall. I looked at her, and then I felt love, right? The dude looked like fuck off or whatever. Like, I could care less what's happening here. And then there were brown ones, and they were brown birdmen, and they were like security, and they were ready to get right up in my shit. So I just went, oh, your lips. And she looked at me, and she was talking to me with her mind. And she like leaned down and looked at me, and she goes, what about my lips? I says, I love them. I want to touch them. That doesn't look like a beak to me. Those look like pretty lips. And then she like motioned, come over here. So everyone like almost like, get close, don't touch. So I just walked up. I have no problem with that, man. Doing music all these years, jumping on and off stages and shit. I don't have a problem with coming over to you and just introducing myself. So I said, and I went just like this, can I touch? And she said, yes. And I touched her lips. They were just as soft as mine. I literally wanted to kiss her just to see what that would be like, because it wasn't, for as weird as it wasn't fucking weird. It wasn't weird. There were too many body parts were exactly like ours. She was blue, and they were feathers, and the feathers were like our hairs. Like, I touched her arm and went like this. And I said, you have feathers. Look, I have hair, but I'm light body, Frank. But look at my hair. She goes, no, I know. She goes, do you want a hug? Is that what you want? And I was like, oh yeah, like totally. She was mad tall. I was like, I don't even know if I was up to this part of her, maybe under her boob or something, because she bent over to like hug me. And when she fucking hugged me, she wrapped me, and I said, I'm in love. I was in love. I was like, this is the best. This is the greatest hug I've ever had. Look, I'm getting all worked up over it. And I said to the guy, man, you're a lucky guy. And he goes, no, that's not my wife. We're not human like that. We're all, I go, I don't care. You should just be happy. Look, I'm crying about it now because it was such a good experience. I said, I'm sorry about your friend. And then they were like, I didn't know who they blue avians. I didn't call them that. I said, there's a big fucking blue bird lady. You know, now that I think about it, I don't remember using the words avians till I found out, like, you have to reevaluate. Look, a bird is an avian. It's not just a bird, dummy, right? And you go, oh, what species is it? Well, it's avian. So I wasn't talking like that because that wasn't in the ether at the moment, right? He didn't come out yet with it. He dropped like 2 months later and then just came out. And then Chris was like, you fucking listen to that guy? I said, I was on the ship with that motherfucker. That's Corey. That's the guy, Corey. I fucking came on your show. I told everyone on your show. That's him. He's literally out talking. That's the guy. I told Paul when I saw him, I jumped out of my fucking chair. He did some fucking thing. I don't remember, it was with Wilcox. This was before like their connection. This was like when he first came out. He had like fucking his stupid little look on his face. And I said, that's the look he had on his fucking face. I told you he was all fucked up looking. He was like, I was like, he fucking looks like he doesn't even know what's going on in these videos. Like he's some kind of controlled or something, but he was like that there. I was assuming that he was like that afterwards because he couldn't handle it. Because I was having a hard time handling it, but I was in love with what I was seeing. You guys have no idea what I mean by when I tell you, I'll tell a woman, look, I love you. I want a hug. I'm not trying to get anything from you. Like, you're from another place and you're obviously a female. Is it wrong for me as a man to say you are a beautiful woman and I would like to know what it's like to hug you? I'm not trying to be, I'm not like, let's fuck. I'm not trying to do that in any way, shape, or form. That's not even emanating out of me. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking about that, and that's not a thought I've had with any of these beings, actually. I don't go in there with that because that's like sloppy fool rule number one. Like, if everyone's reading your mind, do you want to be the guy sitting at the table when you're meeting everyone for the first time, like going, wow, I'd fuck everyone in this room? They could hear you. Not that I'm hiding from it, because if I'm interested in a thought of like, you're beautiful, I would just say you're beautiful. You can't just say you're beautiful. What's the problem? You got to attach 100 things to it. Right. So I have no problem touching, like, this doesn't sound right, but when I'm on etheric or I'm out of my body, or if I'm physically somewhere, I touch things. Like, what is this? Is this a computer screen? Is this a smart glass pad? I heard about these fucking things. Can I see this? Oh, what is this? Do you smoke this? Do you guys have weed here? They'll be like, yo, shut up. Calm down. And I'm like, what do you mean calm down? What does this control panel do? They'll be like, do you watch any? Do you observe, or you just talk your way through everything? And then I'll go, okay, whatever. And then you see what they're talking about. You'll witness something. You witness it. And then you'll go, oh, that's what they all meant. All right. And then the next time I see them, it's like you're more stoic a little. You're still happy. But you have a spot here now. It's like, obviously, I've been on the ship 100 times. Telling Zervos, I was talking to him the other day. I said, you forgot we were on the ship. What the fuck were we doing on a spaceship? I didn't. So Nick Zervos is connected to me. So when I was 16, I lived down the block from here. When he was 16, he lived in Mount Vernon, about 20 minutes from here. My first girlfriend was this girl, Jen. I won't say her last name, but she was awesome because I was having problems in my life at that age. I was actually abused right before I met her by an older woman, and it was terrifying. So I didn't want to have sex with no one. I was like totally lost in this weird world. So I meet this really pretty girl from Mount Vernon, and she's got 3 friends, and we all hook up, and everybody's having first girlfriends for the first time. Now, unbeknownst to me, Nick Zervos' sister is friends with her and is therefore friends with us. And then he's in Mount Vernon and he likes Jen. So the Mount Vernon boys wanted to beat up the Morris Park kids. And then we used to just go up there. We used to go up there like, yo, what's up, punk? So I never, intimate, not sexual. For the hugs, very intimate, but not sexual at all. So he wanted to beat my ass for being her man for years, right? But she went on. Me and her broke up after we made it like 2 years, almost. And I had known about him. I knew his sister, obviously. We all knew this, like, similar people. And then he moved out to Texas. I went on with my life. He went on with his. Now, years later, I'm doing the ayahuasca sessions. He fucking finds me, comes here from Texas. We go through this whole thing. He shows up. He's sitting with me and he's like, yo, man, talking to you. It's like we know the same people and the same shit. So we start reminiscing about like where you went to school and where in Mount Vernon and whatever. So he was saying shit. And I'm like, yo, I know all those people. like I know your sister really good, and I know Jen. And he was like, oh, he said her last name, and I said, yeah, that was my girl. And then he looked at me. He goes, is your name Frankie Dell? And I go, well, that's part of my name. And then he's like, I fucking hate you. I've hated you since I was 16 years old. I literally have been wanting to fucking kill you since we're kids. And now we're almost 50 and we're sitting here hanging out. And we're having the best time together. And you're about to send me in. And then we go in. He goes in and he's in. And Nick, if you're listening, I don't mean to rattle your cage on your experience, but it was such an amazing experience. It was so crazy. So he looks at me and says, Frank, I need your help, while he's under. So I sit with him. He looks like he's normal. He's just sitting there. So he looks over and he goes, yeah, I don't know who I am. So I'm like, what? You're Nick, obviously. And he's like, no, I don't know, man. I'm losing it. I'm like, oh, he's in. I wasn't putting it together. So I'm like, hang on, buddy. I'm coming to get you. I take 3 fucking hits of DMT and I sit next to him. And then I go and I get up. I go to get oil. I'm like, I'm going to get essential oils. He needs frankincense and some other shit and sages. And I was bringing everything out, but I had to go walk over to the thing and get it. I open the drawer. And when I close the drawer looks different. It looks completely different. I'm like, well, it looks like a metal drawer. It goes right into the wall. And I turn around and Nick's sitting right in the living room, right in the middle and he looked like he was in the chair, and he's not in the living room no more. He's in a chair, like a doctor's chair, but not like he's just in a chair we're in this fucking silver room. And the top of his head is open, 4 compartments. So it's like blip, blip. And then there was connector cables in his head. And then he was on two of them were hooked up. And he was just sitting there like this. So I go, you all right? And I didn't know if he was a robot or what. And then I realized, oh, shit. I looked at the wall. The wall was full of diagnostic reports on him being hooked up to it. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Oh, look, this makes it so much easier. I could literally see what's wrong with my boy. So I start doing stuff on there. And I look over behind him, and it's a window out into space. And it was gorgeous. It was fucking gorgeous. Like, I was just like, well, I've never seen that before, ever. Like, I don't. So he goes, Frank. I go, yeah. He goes, are we on a fucking spaceship? And I go, you see that? Am I sitting at a table hooked onto these wires? Yep. You running some kind of test on me, buddy? Yep. You see those drawings and colorings of the Avengers around the small tile of the perimeter of the room? Yep. What that looks like my coloring book. I color in coloring books like a baby sometimes for stress. Those are mine. I think they are. I saw you coloring yours before. Okay, so we're in a ship, and I'm doing a diagnostic on wires that are going into your fucking head right after finding out that we have this connection. Just to find out that we're on the ship together. It's not even that it's not even like we're on the ship and like he's over here and I'm over here. Like we're together in working together to do this here. We have our own reasonings and our own systems and whatever, but on the ship, we're up there together. We're like, bro, you're right here, I'm right here, blah, blah, blah. We got to go do this. We got to do that. I'm like, fuck, we're working together, literally working together on the ship. Why the fuck would we see that first time together? Find out all that information. I think he was here for a couple of days. Unlocked a lot of information about the two of us. You have to be willing to take the journey and open to see what the fuck is in there and what that is. Right? Question it. Is this a spaceship? Oh, yes, it is. Am I looking at the sun? Yep. Is this thing on? Yep. Is beard real? Yep. Was that song dope? Yep. So we are hearing that, right? Like the last time I was on the ship with Della, I keep referring to this. I came in and I was trying to figure out what was going on. So there were people there that I didn't like and people that I was up there. I saw Chris Gio. I'm going to tell you who I saw. Because I don't care. I saw Chris Gio. I saw JCK, and I saw the guy that I was talking about before that I called him a pedo, but he wasn't. Well, I saw that guy. So the three of them were lined up, and I said, I came all the way up here and I used the first three motherfuckers I got to see. So then Chris just looked at me. It was like his overbody. He goes, I can't control what he does down there. I still love you. And I said, yo, man, I appreciate that. And I gave him a giant fucking hug. And then I looked at JCK and I was like, nope, not interested. Hey. Oh, wait till she finds out that Shui just sprayed on a curtain, the brand new curtain that we just put up today. I'm going to fucking kill them. So JCK disrespected me on air once for no reason. She called me and talked to me for a fucking hour before she went live on someone else's show, and then massively disrespected me on that next show. After we all just hung up, we were literally on Skype together. I love you. I love you. I love you. I was like, this is amazing. I'm so happy for you. She's like, I don't trust no one else, Frank. Will you please just talk to me? Please, I trust you. I've been listening to you for years. And I'm like, okay. I knew this is when she first blew up, and then she disrespected me. I fucking blocked her on everything. I says, you don't disrespect me like that. Me and my fucking wifey, you're going to do that too? You're going to do that to us after you called us from Australia. La, 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 la. I was like, we love you. This is great. No. So she's there. So I was like, nah, I have this thing with people, with certain people, like once you fuck up, you're out. But you're out, but I don't care about you. I don't want nothing bad to happen to you because I don't give a shit. I don't want to see you. But apparently I have to fucking see your face because I feel so disrespected. And maybe I shouldn't. But you know what? That was a fucking bitch thing you did, right? So real scumbag, right? So for people that were not, I feel bad for Paul. I don't feel bad for me. I can handle myself. You could talk bad about me all day. I find you, shit goes down. We say what we got to say. It's fine. But when you just a dick about Paula, this lady does nothing but fucking nice things for people, right? Who stands up for anyone that's like that doesn't want to be involved with your bullshit. And then there you are shitting on her. She's done nothing but nice things for this entire fucking community. And for all y'all fucking people that know us, know that it all comes from that direction. So to disrespect her is like trying to take a swipe at me. That's why I get so mad. I wasn't even that mad at Chris. I was more mad at what he had said in fucking emails about Paula. Right? So this other guy was there. So there's the three of them. So obviously I have to fucking learn this lesson. And I'm like, okay, well, I hugged Chris. That should be enough for one day. Thanks. Because I really do miss that cat. I just wish things were different. He was my boy. Like, you guys don't understand. Like, I was beyond friends. It was brotherland with me and this guy. But you know what? I get over it. My own brother doesn't fucking hang out with me. I get it, man. I'm fucking weird. I get it. There's situations. I get it. There's jealousies. I get it. People get upset. I get it. You have to put your fruit on the table and you don't want to hear, well, Frank's people said this and you're saying that. You don't want to be challenged. Fine. I don't care. Right? And the other guy's hanging out with Simon Parks. I don't trust that guy. Right? There was a whole scandal with Jimmy Seville, and that other guy was involved with corruption, scandal, and people. How does he keep popping out fucking unshined? And now he's with this guy who claims he's a mantid guy. Right? We can't say mantis. It's a mantid. Shut the fuck up. Right? So I got to be on the ship with them. And then I turn around, all my people are there. All my other people. I saw Megan. I saw Megan and I fucking lost my shit. It was like I was seeing, I don't know, man, like a space sister. I thought we had antennas for a second that grew out of our heads, and we were just going, "Dee, dee, 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 dee." That's how much we were talking. It looked like we were talking in speed, like sped up, and nobody else could hear us. It just maybe sounded fast, and we were all happy and excited. I saw Mike Jaco. We had a long talk about pies and cakes. We came up with that shit. That's the best way to not be violent against the demonics, right? At first you swing your sword, but after a while you're like, the more I swing my sword, the more show up. The more I take them down, the more they send, because it's infinite. There's a lot. It's just like nonstop. So if you're here for war, you get war. I'm not here for war. It looks like you came for cake. And the cake has layers, right? And if it has like 12 layers, it represents the 1D through 12D, right? Oh, I'm from 15D, so I'm the guy on the outside having the cake. It's not really 15D. It's like 12, 13 is the start of the new one. And then 1, 2, 3, hi, Paulie Poo. So I'm from up there. So coming in here, it's a slice of the whole thing, compressed all those layers. It's like keys on the piano. If I turn the piano sideways and play up 12 times, like 12 finger notes, the 13th starts. It's like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? And then A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, right? It goes up. Each section of that is one slice of the 12. There's 1D to 12D, and then the next set of notes start. Yeah. Then I saw Elizabeth April, and she was so stoic. I felt like she was almost like she wasn't playing around. She was there for a meeting and to do her thing, and that was weird to me. She was very stoic. I almost was very impressed with it. I almost felt like, all right, how do I explain this? So everyone's awesome, and then I'm the guy in there that's the newbie. So I'm like, holy shit, it's you. You're great. Oh my God, I know you. I met you. Didn't I meet you? This is fucking awesome. And they're like, dude, shut up. Like, they're just looking at you like you're Kung Fu Panda. She had that look like she was just epic. So I just said hello. There's a couple other people there, man. This went on and on and on. I'm like, look at all the people from the community. And then I was like, look at all the people that aren't here. And they're like, well, not everybody who's not here is not part of it. This is just where you're at. And I was like, oh, that makes total sense. That's why I wouldn't agree with someone totally if they were like, let's say on another ship, perhaps, and they were running things differently and they were a different character. I'm up here running things. My plan is up here. We're talking about cake and pies and how to not be violent and use these techniques against the enemies that would see you as the enemy. And you're like, I don't want to hurt you, but here's some cake, right? Like Bugs Bunny fucking style, right? That works on demons, right? The, duck season, rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, rabbit season, duck season. Oops. That works on demons. I'm just letting you know. They're written in anything that's a program you could fucking outdo. I'm like, oh, this is so simple. Like they said once, oh, you got to ask the guy if you need anything, he'll get it for you. And I was like, oh yeah, get my hot dog. The guy was like, he was lost for like 5 minutes. He was like, he kept this guy was just walking back and forth, trying to put it together. Like, what is this thing he's talking about? Now, obviously I didn't want a hot dog. I meant get my hot dog, right? Like that's what I was doing. A total 2-year-old shit. I know, but they said anything. So I said, get the hot dog. So he went looking for it, not knowing what it was. And then he came back over. He's like, I don't know what this hot dog is. He was freaking the fuck out. And I says, allow me to show you the hot dog. And they were like, no, stop this right now. I was like, is it Nick or is it Mr. Dick? Like, I was just being a dick. And they were like, dude, don't do that. So I've been reprimanded on the ships before for just being that guy, which is why I've learned how to be and not be. I don't know how else to learn. Now I have my place there. It's always been there, but now it's like I can be a little stoic too. I choose to be more, hey, look who's here. It's you. And then when I'm frightfully honest with people, I don't like you for this reason. I don't like you because you said this. It triggered me, yeah, but you're wrong. It's not even a perspective thing. You're literally wrong. The earth is not flat. I'm tired of this bullshit. Like, I'm sick of it. It's not fucking flat. You guys could argue all day if you want. Yeah, I get it all day. Hey, the earth's flat. That's cute. It just sounds stupid on so many fucking levels. You have no idea. If you would just take, for as much as you would die on that hill, if you would fucking eat 5 grams of mushrooms and go see for yourself, because that's the closest you're going to get to getting into a ship and going, unless you're in the ship and go. Because I was up in the ship and looked, and then I was under ayahuasca and I looked, and then I'm outside and I look, and then I've been around the world and I look, and obviously you're wrong. It's not flat in any way, shape, or form. It's just, but you have guys and people and women that are in human beings that are in class, right? So you're taking all different classes. So the advanced class on one end and the dummy class on the other. I don't mean to call you that, but it's a psyop, guys. Oh, look at that. Sexy mama. So you'll be in fucking honors class when it comes to your spirit and loving more and doing this, and then you're like, obviously the earth is flat. You're obviously in kindergarten now for that class. From perspectives, you could give me analysis all day. You're wrong. It's not even close to right. It is so far not wrong, not correct, that it's from the next level. It's disgusting. It's so you're like, oh, that's not the one I should have went with. It should have been like Save the Babies or something. I should have just wore protection instead. I should have died. Should have just died on that hill, or not died because I was protected. Right? Like, yes, Charlie Ward. That's who I meant. Charlie Ward was, I thought, this one kind of character. Didn't know. So I knew from what I just understood. But it's almost like when you're in the organization and the cops have cops undercover. And you're like, somebody has to be in there. And you're like, well, that guy's a scumbag. It's like, yeah, but the guy next to him, that guy's the scumbag. That's the real bad guy. We had to get in close to that motherfucker. So we put somebody in there. It all goes back to source sending us into contracted positions where every stone has to be uncovered. Every dirt patch needs to be dug down into to see what is under there to be revealed. Hello. Hey, don't tell me, I tell you. Oh, the song's out.
Oh, congratulations.
Hey, thanks. So I attacked on that and been like, yo, I know you've been, I went right for the child shit because that's really all I care about. But that was hearsay as far as I knew. I just knew the people he was running with. I love you. Yeah. And then you're wrong. So that was one I was wrong with. And I'm not going to say go out and support the guy. Look, man, he still sat in the shit. The idea is not for you to fucking love the guy and follow him. It's for everybody to just do their part inside the heist. Right? Not everybody could be Handsome Rob. Sorry. Not everyone's the getaway car driver. Sorry. No, not everybody's fucking, what was that guy's name? Not Brad Pitt. From the zombie movie. The Brad Pitt character. The action guy. What do you call himself?
Oh, Brad Cage.
Oh, Brad Cage. I'm Brad Cage. Not everybody could be him. Right? Some people have to be the fucking overweight degenerate that hangs out over here and does things. See, I still have a connection to it because I know you were around it. But I hung out with a guy named Dom. He didn't do things to children, but he punched almost everyone that he didn't like right in the face. Like bad. And I hung out with him all the time my whole life growing up. So I'm kind of a degenerate in that sense, right? I was there for all that shit. I didn't jump in and stop him. I couldn't. Right? And he's in federal jail again for the 10th time. So that would technically make me one of the degenerates. So who am I to judge? So I got a stiff lesson shoved right in my fucking face. You know, funny thing too. I don't. I was just talking about not attacking people, and there I am talking shit, but I don't want to attack them no more. If it's a heist and it's a game and everyone's got to play their part, you're going to be judged out in the end. So I don't give a shit. Right? Like, we'll all know what you did on the end. So it'll be either cool or not cool. So I'm not going to die on that hill. I'm just going to keep it going. But I heard recently JCK, man, I love that lady, and now I can't stand her. I love her, but I can't stand her for what she did. It just bothers me so fucking much. That she filmed a demon being removed from her. You filming the demon removal? That's not the smartest thing, guys. This is why I can't do a show all the time, because you can't keep showing it all the time. Right? Like, we could tell you about certain things, but then you have to get involved and it has to become real and not on video. Oh man, this is so weird. So we specifically didn't film Joe when he did it. It was me, Della, Joe, Shaman, Tiffany, a couple others, Paula. And Joe was speaking in fucking demon tongue right in the room in front of everyone. His fucking face was fully contorting, distorting, and changing. His eyes was popping out of his head and going left and right at the same time. His face distorted fully, and demon was coming out of his face, like demon talk. Right? All I can do is spit. I don't know how I did this. I started talking light language. I knocked it back into him, and then he was like throwing himself down. Joe's way bigger than most people. Right. So he was like trying to fight it and do whatever. So we had to call people in, and people said to me, why didn't you film it? Okay. So I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why I didn't film it. One, because it looks like people flopping around, screaming, talking in different languages. Two, the demon will copy itself and jump out to whoever it jumped out of him that night. Tiffany pulled it out of him. On camera, that will jump into the camera. I know it doesn't sound, this is where poltergeist and all that shit comes from. It is like it's like a conduit for that shit. So if you're taking a picture of the demon and you get the picture, and then you look at, and I give one of you the picture of the demon and go, look, it's the demon. We got it. We got a picture of the demon. I pulled it out of the girl. She went, ah, and I went, ah, and then we did with the cross, and then in the name of Jesus, and you watch that, it's coming to you. So your protection better be up. Or now you're going to have the exact copy of that demon in you. That's how this works. That's why when they go, don't look at it. Don't look. I looked. And then you turn to stone. That's what this is. That's a metaphor for that. It just jumps to you like parasitic. This is why they put demons in masters. This is why I don't understand a creator that would show that. Although I can't judge you, because I would watch that. I've seen them. I've had to put protection up. I've gotten slapped and knocked off my chair. I've had to go throw up and purge it out. I thought I had like needles sticking in my fucking body from watching one. Me and Ralphie have talked about it, about different things, and even talking about it would just kind of make you not want to talk about it. Fully aware of it. The more you talk about it, the more you're going to bring it in. But you want to know about it. That's the thing. You want to know about the demon. You want to see it come out. Don't fucking lie. I want to see it. I want to see it come right out of his eyes. I want to see his eyes twist left and right. I want to see him spit out blood and then suck it back in and call to Christ to save him. Really? That's what you want? Obviously, there's a seat in the place for you if you really intensely want to be part of that. But also, if you that intensely want to be part of that and you just want to watch it but not be part of it, you're basically just a herb. You're a guy that you're another fucking coach that just watches from the couch. Now, let me watch and see what's going on. No, why don't you get involved? Because now you're involved. Once you're going to do it, you're going to be involved anyway. But if you get into it and get involved and put up your protection, they're not teaching people that stuff. And you put the demon in the master, then you listen to the song, and all of a sudden, I'm so happy. Aren't you happy? I'm happy. Are you really happy? No. There's nobody else in here, is there? Nope. So it's just me being happy. Yeah, I fucking hate this song. Turn it the fuck off because it puts you in a box. Literally, it's a digital box. You go in there under the right psychedelic mind, and you will see it trapping you and presenting a false image to you. And you can't escape it because the sounds surround you and encapsulate you. So to get out, you'd have to get out of the sound. If you're so high up on your horse, but you're not teaching this and then you're showing that, it's just not showing. With great power comes great responsibility. I've seen no responsibility from some of these people. None. Can I fault you for it though? Somebody's got to overturn that rock. Somebody's got to be that example. And then I have to be here pointing that out while somebody's going, well, Frank's obviously a dick. So somebody's got to be there to do that. It's got to be. There's going to be 100 people that don't agree with me tonight and what I said about Ishmael or whatever his name is. I'm sorry for getting it wrong. He pissed me off the last time. And I said, why am I getting pissed off? I actually love his smile. I love to see his face. His voice is very good. I'm with him. And then the lie. I'm with him. And then there's another one. I'm like, that's obviously not true. Why are you picking on her? You're telling me that, but now I'm looking at both of them going, yeah, well, Coke and Pepsi would fight while we're drinking one or the other and dying from it and getting cancer from it. If 90% is true, but the 10% that's false gets you fighting with the infighting, with the fighting with someone else, with your best friend, with the one next to you, with the end lanky up and down, left and right. Guys, come on. That right there needs to be conked out and checked. I don't even like JCK, and I haven't yet said, don't listen to that girl. She's dumb, but she's not dumb. She's good, and then has her problem with me that we've had, and then does that stuff. So I'll never tell you not to go listen to them. I just told you Charlie Ward. I called him out on all this shit, and I didn't even know if it was true on a spaceship. And it turns out that he was around it, obviously, but that it wasn't him. So I gotta walk myself back on that one. Yeah, god damn it. See where it gets you? It doesn't get you in these weird positions. I don't know. Just watch who's throwing shade at who and why. And then if they're like, don't listen to them, it's the AI. I'd stay away from corporations. I'd stay away from politicians. Yeah, I'd stay away from the church. Although you being the church against the external church. So no external church for me. But if you consider yourself the church and the temple, go for it, man. I'm just talking about things I'd watch out for right now. People are leading people down a very dark path. If you're taking your kids to transvestite shows, I think you should be put in jail forever. And throw away the key. That's what I think. That's my opinion. I think you're a fucking piece of shit. If you're pushing your fanatical bullshit on everyone with your pinks and purple hairs and your blue hairs and you're breaking people's, you're destroying property and all that other stuff, you go away. Bye. If you are the guy that's throwing people in front of the train like they did in New York, you got to go. Bye. Don't follow any of these people anymore. Don't follow any of these so-called leaders. They're terrible. They're fucking terrible. They're not even, people still argue about Joe Biden because they're Democrats. And I'm like, dude, once again, there's that hill you're dying on again. That's a really bad look for you, man. I'm looking from the outside because I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a fucking rebel freedom motherfucker. Like, we're in a republic. At some point, you corporatized America and you switched it over. And now it's the United States of corporate. And now you got us under rule of this, that, the other thing. How many times we got to say, just say no. And there's nothing they can do. All right. 3% wins the wars. Remember that. 3%. Don't go to war. Don't go with anyone pushing war. Anyone pushing fear-based shit, including meteors hitting us. Oh, and the cards are saying it's going to pull a meteor to the planet. Yeah, your card reading is fucking wrong, Broomhilda. And let me tell you, you putting that into the fucking ether, like those two chicks that read the cards, they were like, oh, XRP, digital currency, XRP. I'm like, I wrote them and they wrote me back and I got the stupidest fucking answer from them. I said, you guys realize XRP, and I watched your show and I loved it until this. And then you wrote me back with what you wrote me back with. I said, XRP is a centralized currency that's digital, bank to bank, which is exactly like the SWIFT system. So you don't remove one system and replace it with the other unless you're the Great Reset. You follow what I'm saying? Like they replaced one with the other, but it's the exact same thing. I'm like, that's opposite of what Bitcoin does. It's decentralized. It's protection. It's privacy. It's none of your fucking business what I have in my account. Just like it's none of your business what I put in my body. This isn't like a part-time thing, guys. This is full-time, right? So I said, why are you promoting XRP if it's centralized? It's obviously you want Bitcoin and Ethereum, maybe some other coins. And they were like, no, this is for entertainment purposes only. I go, you had 1 million views on that one. How many of those million people just went and bought XRP over Bitcoin thinking XRP is going to get them fucking rich when that's not the truth? You had one card lady, she pulled and said, she talked about XRP and getting it, and then pulled cards about a centralized currency, digital, that wouldn't work and wouldn't make it, although it would appear to make it, and didn't realize she was talking about XRP. Now, I'm not saying XRP is not going to make it. I'm saying in the reality facts of cryptocurrency, that's the stupidest fucking statement when you're like, go out and just buy up the XRP, blah, 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 because the card said it. Your cards are wrong. I'm fucking Frank, and I'm telling you, I'm a crypto guy, and I got like 1,000 crypto guys with me watching you going, you know, you just made all these people buy one thing over the other to get them rich quick. And it's the same scheme. It's like buying into the stock market again. So it's just it's just problematic. And when you have people like, oh no, it's just entertainment. Okay, I'm not entertainment. I'm under entertainment because there's nothing I could, if I put it under education and I curse and smoke pot, I get kicked off the platform. I have 500 people I talk. These people have 1 million. They're flipping cards and giggling, but they're talking about 9/11 in cryptocurrencies. I'm like, I get it. It's got to be fun and entertaining. When does the fun and the entertainment change into people spending their hard-earned cash on a bad fucking decision because the girl with 1 million views said, hey, but neither one of yous are rich? Did either one of yous go out and buy XRP? Do you even know what the fuck you're talking about? No, we're just having fun. It's entertainment. Oh, so you're a fucking clown. And you're proving to me with your response that you're fucking clown shoes. Right? Now when I put them on, right? I didn't get into this rant in my house. I'm getting into it now. They were live. I hit them live and they responded live to me. And then after the response, Paul was like, yo, shut those bitches off. They're stupid. They don't know what's going on. They say 2 good things and then the rest is just pure stupid. It's to get views, likes, clicks, and money and revenue to do the card reading flip. So you believe in it and watch it under entertainment. That's the claim. Right? Like Alex Jones claimed that it's entertainment, but we know it's not entertainment. But Alex Jones is a character, but he's not a character. You can't claim that shit on the other end when you've been real the whole time. I'm real. And then I'm like, you're real, but you're wrong. Oh, it's entertainment. What does that mean? It means you're just trying to get everyone's money again. So you can be in there and you don't have to maybe go to work and you could get 1 million views or 100,000 views. And then I could put, and I could keep sensitive topics. We can't say stuff like COVID and we can't say stuff like that, but don't get the but the cards say to do this, do that, to look up on the 17th and to look ahead into the future and to look back behind your asshole. And meanwhile, you're cashing in and she's putting ad revenue service on everything and you're just being sucked in. I don't care what the fuck you do, but the minute you tell people to go buy XRP, now you just change the direction because now they're following you. You got to just watch out for what you're doing. There's so many charlatans or people that are unaware and they're just dead up ignorant of what they're speaking about. Even I catch myself at times feeling stupid having this conversation after just having a conversation about not picking on people. But you have to point out the untruth. It doesn't mean that the people are bad. It's just they're surrounded by it. Just watch yourself. I don't do a show every day to try to pull you in to the frequency. I can't. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's healthy because the reason why I don't do that is because at what point do you step away and upgrade yourself? When do you stop? When are you worth it and not the video for the example? You go become the example by living it and then provide the information the way you need to provide it. Right? I don't sit here and go, yes, that's what's happening. Enlil and Enki are enemies, and it'll sound good in my book. And it's the universally global, prosperous, united, fucking galactic federation of light, and no Ashtar command because he happens to be a sentinel of liberty, but from the AI and the asshole in the anus and space Jesus on the Christ spaceship rocket. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. You obviously have no clue what's happening. You're just spouting out information from across the board. People don't pick up on that shit. Look at how many people still listen to Joe Holstein. And give me a fucking break. They still think that guy's fucking groovy. So these are all beware. Beware when you watch a demon coming out of someone because they're not putting a fucking warning on the video. It's the same reason why we didn't film it. Be wary that some of your friends might be the villain and some of the villains might actually be your friends in the long run. Be compassionate, try to be wise through gaining an understanding of it through the experience itself and not through a fucking video that Frank's talking on. Because I know I talk to a ton of people that go video to video and then just want to talk about what I said to what you said to what they said, but you didn't do. You do nothing but ask questions that have to do with all this weird shit, but then just compare notes across the board, but you don't do nothing. You're just comparing notes across the board. You don't get in that way. That's like getting in by proxy. It's like, well, I know Frank, bro, and I checked the information across the board, and I think he's 82% correct. I think the other guy's 96% correct. I think this guy's 22% correct. And it's like, yeah, but what did you do for you? What's your correct status? And they're like, I don't know where I stand on this. It's somewhere in the middle. And it's like, get a life. Go do it. That's how I'm finding out about it. It's literally how I'm doing it. I'm going out there and trial and erroring it. I sound so stupid sometimes. I trial and error my experiences. It's science. I have a best friend. He looks at me like I'm a complete dummy. Complete dummy. Almost a failure in many ways. I know he does. He loves me to death, but he looks at me and he goes, I'm happy as fuck. And obviously, you're still coming to me for spiritual information. So for as crazy as it is until you hit the wall, then you're like, yo, bro, what about this? And then all of a sudden it's, oh shit, you knew about that. It's like, I told you, I knew the whole time, but you don't want to listen. And it's me, it's just Frank. So you don't have to. But that's something I have to deal with. Right? I just love him. He's my best friend. And because he doesn't agree, I said to him, And I said this to my best friend and he didn't understand it. I said, don't you get tired of just repeating yourself sometimes to people? He said, no. And he gave me that stupid look. He looked right at me. No. Why? You get tired of repeating yourself? I'm like, yeah, you fucking dummy. Like, you don't get tired of saying the same thing 5,000 times? He goes, no. I go, oh, I forgot you teach chess and you're a school teacher. So you get paid to repeat yourself ad nauseum. And he's like, yeah, no, it's not like that. I go, yeah, it is. I know how you Mensa guys are. Right? But meanwhile, he's bogged down in all these other 3D things that I'm released from. Don't need it. Spiritually up here. He's contracted to work all this shit out. So even my best friend looks at me, is like, oh, you're fucking crazy. Oh, would you marry me under ayahuasca? It's like, bro, pick and choose. So just be careful out there. Just be wary of what you're doing. Even I spout some shit sometimes. It just does not agree with other people. And you can be like, yo, Frank, I didn't agree with that. And that's cool, man. Like, I don't agree with the religious faction at all. I don't need you to pray for me. And I don't need your fucking, I grew up in a born again environment with my dad, and he fucking sucked, and that sucked. And the religion sucked, but I'll tell you what didn't suck. Sister Stabile, although she was rough, she didn't suck. Sister Rosario, she didn't suck. The nunistry, they didn't suck. You know what sucked? Having a force-fed drink your milk, stand up, sit down, kneel, put this in your fucking mouth. Let me look at you behind your ears, check your fucking head, check your fucking this. Hey, did you do your homework? It was the programming into it that was terrifying. Father Tom is now my cousin Tom, actually, and they have 3 kids that are all big, beautiful kids. And my beautiful cousin who was 14 who ran away with Father Tom. I'm like, listen, all that stuff is bad for your health. Getting it locked into the religion, and now I have to fight my way back, and what would Jesus do and all that shit. I don't need none of that programming. Literally, Archangel Michael's my literal DNA brother, as well as many of you. Like, literally DNA brothers. So why would you think that Jesus is going to come and not save me too? You fuck. Right? He's not coming to save you. You got to save yourself. But he's looking like, come on, guys, just do what I can do. Just be careful now out there. I love you. And this is, oh, here was the last thing. I got one more thing on my list. Yo, go watch a movie, any movie, right? So I watched a bunch of movies in the last couple of weeks. Everything had something satanic in it. I watched Black Adam last night, satanic. I'm not calling out Satan shit just to be like, oh, look, you got a pentagram. Literally, the villain had a demonic pentagram ripped into his chest, pumping demons out of his fucking heart space. It was pentagram demonic, and you had to cut yourself and shake hands and then jerk the dick and then drink the wine, and everything has it. Go watch a movie. I watched Clerks the other day, Clerks 3. By the way, I do not suggest watching that movie without a giant thing of tissues, because it's not a comedy. It's literally a fucking sob story. Fucking demonic right in the middle of the fucking film. Fuck Jesus. Oh, hail Satan, screaming. And then one of the main characters goes from Jesus to Satan. But he's a nice guy, and he does all good things that Jesus would do, but as Satan. I'm like, you can't get away from it. You can't. Just watch a movie and see if it's in it. And then you can report it to yourself. Right? Remember, they're broadcasting it to you. And remember, somebody just said commercials. Okay. So the commercials that are most abundant right now, which is the weirdest thing. So pharmaceutical commercials are the most commercials out there right now. Like, I remember that being illegal, and then all of a sudden there was pharmaceutical commercials. Like, I can't have a cigarette commercial, but you can have a pharmaceutical commercial. Your side effects do like 60 billion fucking things. You spend more time on the commercial telling me about your side effects, moving on words like this. Side effects. I gotta listen to that for a minute straight. And then it always ends with suicide, this, that, the other. I'm like, what the fuck would you take an anti-suicide medication that causes suicide? Why would you need AIDS medication all of a sudden broadcast on Channel 4 in the middle of the day unless people are getting more AIDS? Maybe from the shots? Like my buddy said to me, they're not putting AIDS in the fucking shots. I'm like, no, they're giving you the shots. It's compromising your immune systems and you're getting AIDS. What the fuck don't you understand? And for people that don't even fucking stand chemtrails yet, and they're still like, no, that's not chemtrails. It's exhaust that goes up. No, it's not. Oh my God. They literally have reports now. You can go see for yourself. And then what do you have? You get some dummy that's like, well, I used to do conspiracy stuff too, but now I'm in aviation and it doesn't exist, Frank. I'm sorry to say that. And I'm like, well, here it is right here. Here's the information you just asked for. But you're in aviation, so you would know this, right? No, I forgot. You were a conspiracy. You're literally a dirt bag, right? Who sat in your van and just listened to shit and then said, well, I got to get out of this shit. I better get myself to school and get in an airplane. And then you get into an airplane. You're like, chemtrails don't exist. Yeah, I worked as a federal inspector. There's no poison on the food. No, McDonald's is delicious. I got 8 inspectors eating McDonald's. We're literally the guys that write reports on the poison in McDonald's. Not here. This is the highest echelon of the federal inspectorisms. We don't get much higher. There's literally only 126 of us in the fucking world. Mic drop, bitch. You don't want to hear it. Like, I don't know what better way to put it. Don't know what a better way to put it. Fluoride in the water. That's fucking terrifying. Do you know if you just lick the bag of fluoride, what would happen to you? You would die. Do you know those little attachments to the lights and the street lights that are like UV color kind of looking things? They work in process in coordination. I'm going to fuck you up right now with the shots, with the DNA structures that they shine that light on all the street lights and you go under that light and it pushes forth, splitting. I don't know if I'm saying this right. Splitting your genes, splitting your DNA and changing it. So it's like running the UV light over the bug and the bug explodes, but there's no real heat or anything. There's like, obviously something's going on here when I take this light and do this to the fleas. Same thing with you. And the shots pushes it further while it changes and manipulates it. And then you can't put your finger on it. Was it the shot? Was it this? Was it McDonald's? Was it the thumb in my butt? Was it sex I had in 1972? Was it the joint I smoked last year? Was it the slip of acid I took when I was in 5th grade by accident? Was it when I saw my fucking father naked in the shower? Was it when I saw my mother naked and she had naked pictures? What the fuck is going on here? None of that's happened to me. I'm just making shit up, but all right. So now I'm just rambling. I love you. Listen, you could live a great, healthy life. You can curse like a beast. You could eat like a fucker. You can smoke a cigarette every now and then. You can do drugs. You can be moderation with it. Everything that you do, you could work out and make it to 150. You could laugh and fuck and smile and yeah. Just be aware. Be aware. Awareness is key. Breathe in and be part of it. And then just be you. Be you. Don't sell yourself the fake item bullshit. You're better than that. You're literally better than that. And I get caught between a rock and a hard place because, people will pay other people to have this information. I give it away free. And I'm like, yeah, I give it away free. But there are pluses and minuses of that. I'm only hitting this number of people trying. But then I'm like, that's the number of people I'm trying to. That's all that matters. Right? Where others are like pulling you in this way and then still giving you that information. Then it's you to disseminate the Enki and Enlil bullshit. If you fall into those traps, that's on you. But is paying for it bad if you come out winning? Like one of my closest people is taking a course that I was like, yo, you could just talk to me. You don't need to take this course. You've been with me for years and years and years. Once again, by proxy, you're not getting in. You have to do the work. But he's still the best, right? But he started taking this course, all clicked. But you're gonna pay for the course. You're literally taking school on it. So am I right to judge you? I don't know. I don't think so. But at the same time, am I wrong for pointing it out? I don't think so. Right? Because ayahuasca, when I started charging more for it, people started taking it more seriously. When I was trying to give it away for free, nobody would come drink with me. I couldn't get a fucking person to drink with me. I couldn't get a person to fucking hang out with me and do this except for Paula. Right? And then I started going, yo, man, $100, whatever. You throw down, help me out or whatever. And then they were like, oh, yeah, a couple people. And then as the number went up, it just started increasing. I was like, oh, shit. Well, now you're taking it more serious. And now people take it more serious. It's like, wow, why didn't you, when you're just giving it, take it serious? Well, people don't do that. Well, I don't want to be a statistic. Well, people are basically statistics until they step out of what they're doing and into the book, right? They stopped reading it and they're in the story. Now you're reading about them. They're like, I'm on the fucking adventure, right? This story's about me. It's got romance. It's got sexy time. It's got action. It's got fucking espionage and thrills that go up and down. It's got weird fucking music that I don't even know if I like, but it seems to be growing on me. Like all this stuff. Go be all. I thank you for the nice words, everyone. I'm trying to catch up on some of I don't engage in the arguments anymore. You know, I've been shadow banned. I try not to argue about it. I'm still at 1,500. Excuse me, YouTube people, YouTube followers. 1,500. It's been fucking 5 years. I've been at that for 5 years. 1,500. I watch Mike Jaco lose a channel every other day. He gets 8,000 people in about 4 seconds. My comic guy gets 100,000 views in the first 15 minutes he's up. Mr. Beast has 1 billion followers. I'm just like, whoa. So obviously, it's going on there. My Twitters, I have 3 Twitters because I'm running the Sons of the Sun, the Frankie Fearless, and the Heist Click. So I just have them. Nothing's changed. I have fake bots all the time, fake chicks, not one real person. On 3 different channels with 3 different things going on. Nothing. Discord, nothing. The Truth Social, nothing. I got all my shit posted up on Rumble. I got 58 Rumbles, not 1 view. It's there. They slash at people all day long, and you got to be part of the system and the workaround if you're going to be part of it. I don't know, man. It didn't seem like my calling when I got to the high point where it's like, bro, you know, you could write the book and, you know, you could go to Gaia TV. I'm like, I don't want to be on Gaia TV. I don't want to write a book right now. I just want to talk to people and do my thing. I'm a music guy that turned into this, and I'm turning back into the music guy. It never really left me. It just, this whole ayahuasca shaman wake the fuck up, Frank, and remember who you are thing occurred, right? I'm here to share that with you, but we got to cross the finish line with this. I can't just keep talking to you about it. And then you're like, well, you said the solar flash is coming. Yeah, it's still coming, bitch. It's coming. What are you going to do? You ready? How many times are we going to talk about it? I want to hear it. Listen, I want to hear about the solar flash all day, but now everybody's talking about it. I get it. I've witnessed it. I've been part of it in multiple times, multiple scenarios, in meditations, dreams, psychedelic experiences, quick gnosis drops during the day or at night, where you witness the flash internally to prepare you for it. Yeah. Well, what more are you going to tell me about it? Can you tell me about the spaceships more? Oh, it's the same story. I'm going to see you leaving on a ship. You're fucking damn right you are. But guess what? I'm coming right back. I'm not trying to run away. We're trying to rebuild, reinvent, fix, take the stuff back out of the closet that's been hidden from us. I didn't come here to work this fucking hard, then to have a harder life into my old age. This is when we get up and do. Right? I'm looking at solar panels all over the place, and I realize they're only 30% effective, 35% effective. That's it.
but it's still enough most of the time in a lot of spots to get you off the grid and get you into the negative numbers, which is good to be in with solar, right? And I've been telling you guys for a couple of years that magnetism's where it's at, free energy, right? And the magnets just run silent and forever, and it just creates energy. They give you these little pods, you hook things up at first, and then eventually it's just built into everything around. I'm at the point I'm looking at solar panels. It's 50,000. You get government this or that. It's 35,000. I don't even have the fucking house yet that I'm looking to put this on to look for subsidies, this and that. By the time I get that, it's going to be magnetism. So why am I force feeding? This is what I was telling myself, like Bitcoin and mining. I can't do it till I get the house. So why would I bother after I've learned the whole process to keep beating myself over the fucking head, not being able to do it? When the next thing that comes out is just going to be 100 times better. So by the time I get to it, it's going to have branched out. So why am I stressing? What are you stressing for? I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. Solar panel all the way, but it's only 30% effective. All these solar cars are blowing up, and all these fucking electric vehicles, when they explode, they burn everything. You don't want to be in a fire in one of those things. No, having an electric car with this fucked up electric grid is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. You know the batteries cost more than the fucking cars? Wait till that battery goes. You ain't gonna be able to afford to get that shit fixed, bitch. The average fucking line at one of those things to fill up is 3 hours. It takes a half hour to fill up. Who the fuck wants to go to a gas station and plug in for a half hour? Get the fuck out of here. You're so stupid. And then they only have 5 or 6 of these things. What happens if 10 cars pull up? I gotta wait till tomorrow to fill up? Are you fucking ridiculous? All right, that's enough ranting for tonight. I've had it with this place too, but we're here to make it better. But the magnetism thing, it showed up on my Facebook feed. The exact thing I was telling you guys about. The exact one I posted in the Fearless group. I said, that's the big version of the little thing I was telling you guys about. Like, they have them big. Now they're going to shrink them down to this size. And then it was exactly what I was shown. And I was shocked. Just like the flying cars. Every once in a while, I post the flying cars in the room. I told you guys, they said to me, you won't have another car. Your next car will be the flying car. I'm like, I have a Kia Soul. So I'm like, I love my Kia. I fucking love it. Right. So I'm like, I love my shit. But if I wanted to get a bigger car, they're like, you're going to be flying. So I'm like, that's a little far away. Look at the ad. You could buy it now. By next year, you'll be flying that thing. Well, where are you going to be in 3-4 years? People will have these things and can fly them. But once again, it'll be AI controlled. So it just takes up and goes down. You could have them shaped whatever you want. It is what it is, right? And what does the Avengers movie have? The car that flies, the wheels turn in, and it goes up. I'm like, that's what they're going to do. They're showing you. It's about to go down. And we're here. Thank you, Carrie Ray. Thanks, Madfinger. Thanks, G-Hog. Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Oracle Eyes. Thanks, everybody else that's being here. By the way, listen, if you could, stop into the Sons of the Suns YouTube page or Spotify. Just throw a like on one of the songs. If you like it, throw it into a playlist. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate it, and send positive vibes to you. I just want to share my creations with the world. And let the world do with it what it really wants to. That part's not up to me. My part is just to get it up out there and launch it out. Right. So I appreciate each and every one of you for showing your support. Thank you so much. Support each other. If everybody supported what everybody else's creation was, we wouldn't have to worry about going to big corporations and having them kind of tell us through politician puppets who we are and what we have to do and what we can like. Just tell them fuck off and go by. Right. And like Kevin says, most high vibrations, and love you all to all of you. Yeah, check out the new song, Going AWOL, Sons of the Sun. If you got any things you want to promote, you have your own businesses. I always say you can promote that stuff in the Fearless group. And if we support each other, it's life. All right. Love you guys so much. Have any questions? Gary, it's all one word. But we love it anyway. Love you so much. All right. If you have any questions, comments, I'll be up for the next hour, and then I'll be around. So tomorrow, oh shit, it is tomorrow's today's the release, October 25th, October 26th, interview with Forbidden Knowledge News, 1 p.m. EST, 11 a.m. Mountain Time. If I'm wrong, correct me, throw me a slap. I love you so much. See you next time. And remember, stay fearless. That universe, it rewards bravery like a motherfucker. And for that, we're going out with the song again. Going AWOL. Sons of the Sun. KG. Frankie Fearless. In the house.